Sorry. You know what I'm watching? I'm watching, maybe you've seen it. It's a relatively small channel, Pathalarix, World of Warcraft channel, Goldbound. Have you seen that? Give me one person in chat who's seen that, where he was locked in Elwyn Forest and he can't leave till he buys a WoW token off stuff he's farmed in the region. No, it's fine. Well, it's okay. It's okay. It's a small series. Well, not that small, but you know. I've not, but I'm intrigued. Okay, well, all right. Maybe I'm doing a little bit of PR work. I need a haircut. I need a haircut. He needs a haircut. Is WoW relevant anymore? I maintain that for a time, World of Warcraft was a transformationally good game, but you know, times change. Times change, as said by Gul'dan in the Warlords of Draenor trailer. Gul'dan? No, not Gul'dan. Gul'dan was the one offering. Garrosh! That's right. Yeah. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Will you play Subnautica 2? Yeah, I was playing Subnautica 1 earlier. All right. You should look at some thinning shears. I don't know what you're talking about. Thinning shears. River! What are you doing? Did you just go, Escape! 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 I could do for some thinning shears. I've got very thick hair. Very thick hair, never going to go bald, unlike some people. What is up, folks? How are we doing? I'm going to be real with you. I want to get through the politics quickly because I want to get back to the fucking Resident Evil. Anyone else? Any other residents who are evil in chat? Oh, there she goes. No, she's riled up now. River. Very good. Very good. The fungus must be stopped. That's true. That's true. The game yesterday was very scary. That is also true. Dun 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 dun. You seen this yet about private equity buying YouTube channels? Private equity is buying everything. How private equity turns your favorite channel to slop. Oh no, they got Coco Melon. No! New deep state group to fight Mamdani just dropped? What now? Jim Walden, former mayoral candidate leading the effort, suggests Mamdani would be rooting for the terrorists in the event of attack. Oh, no one cares. No one cares. Hey, you know what I love? I love how this is getting a real New York Times article, whereas the extensively documented evidence from a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist on Israel deploying rape dogs to fuck imprisoned civilians, that got the opinion article. That's really cool. Whatever they decide is real journalism, right? You don't need to worry about me getting bought out by private equity. I was bought out day one. It's always been slop. Elaborate, they're doing what? Israel loves rape. So, as the world you know, as the foremost connoisseurs of the subject, they're inventing new and innovative ways of doing it. Speaking of Israeli propaganda, remember that former synagogue that was a synagogue decades ago that got purchased in a bid by a Muslim group to become a mosque and then got lit on fire right afterwards, and all the media outlets in the United Kingdom referred to it as a synagogue, even though it objectively was not a synagogue? It turns out the guy who has been charged with arson, and I'm really sorry to bring it up like this, his name is Moses Edwards. Now, I don't want to derive any conclusions from this, but that's a mighty interesting name right there. Now, if his name was Muhammad, I think we could reasonably speculate on his religious or ethnic affiliation. That name is doing a lot of work, yeah. We know that Zionists will frequently conduct false flag attacks, um, and then whine about it. Like all the videos you've seen of like a guy in a crowd going oh, oh, as soon as he sees a cop around, like that shit the nerdy kid be doing in middle school or whatever, you know, to get your ass yellow carded. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's not. This isn't even national coverage. Yeah, actual arson attack. Less than 24 hours, by the way. Less than 24 hours ago, by the way. Small Muslim prayer area at the front of the building, specifically targeted with a window smash. Actual attack conducted against a Muslim site. Basically no coverage by mainstream media. No Cobra meeting, yeah. Former synagogue area. Well, it might have been like 800 years ago. They drew up the charter, you know? Was this an NYC? No, 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 we're talking the United Kingdom. Moses Edwards was charged with arson at a former East London synagogue, part of a growing wave of attacks on Jewish and Israeli sites in the UK. Ah, but it wasn't a synagogue, was it? It was a former synagogue. Ah, but we've been down this road before. Moses Edwards. Hmm. I'm not going to say the name of the ethnic, cultural, and religious group most associated with that name. I'm not going to say it. I knew you would say it. It's insane how much liberty Zionists take with the world's patience, isn't it? You know? It's remarkable, truly. River, you are distracting the hell out of me. He could be a Christian? Maybe. Yeah. Absolutely. I just think it's interesting. I mean, the media is already lying about it. In this very article, the Jerusalem Post arrogantly accuses the attackers of being part of a growing wave of attacks on Jewish and Israeli sites, when the most recent thing to have happened to the site was that it was purchased by a Muslim group to turn it into a mosque. So, you know, building on a pattern of disinformation. What the heck? What are you doing? Shame. Shame. River, get on out of here. Scoop. Yeah. Yeah, get the fuck out of my shot. Exactly. Mm-hmm. post from the anti-Mamdani group? I don't really care. Okay. Close this, close that. I hope they find out it was a Zionist. I hope so badly. I want it to be real so badly. You have a lot of hats hanging up for someone who rarely wears hats on stream. That's true. Want to see my most recent one? For the upcoming hike in Zion, we've got a goddamn, no, wait, I think that's backwards. Ooh. We've got a damn sun hat. Such a LARPer. It's a sun hat. For the sun. Howdy. Nigel Thornberry asks, well, they do fear the sun in Australia. The sun is a deadly laser. I have that exact hat. It's a good hat. The fuck do you mean LARPer? It's a fucking sun hat worn by white people in the sun. What do you think? Am I not? Is that not my Fosh if you were in 1930? It's not a 1930s hat. Not even a little bit. You look like a British explorer of the late 19th century? No, I don't! They wore military clothing. All right. You people just want me to get fucking skin cancer. You live in the rain capital of the United States. What are you doing with a sun hat? For one, UV rays go through the clouds. For two, I said for hiking in Zion, as in Zion National Park. In Utah. Utah. Nobody listens. I'm sorry, this is a I'm a tourist, please upcharge me hat. Do you ever, maybe you don't see it from the bird's eye perspective that I do, but do you ever worry that people are getting so possessed by a fear of being cringe that they're refusing to live their life? Sometimes I feel like you guys would kill yourselves if somebody told you that white people do be living, Oh, living? That's so white boy coded. Like you're so vulnerable to being in-grouped and out-grouped. It's like your whole life. You want to be in these groups. You want to be outside of those groups. I just don't want to get skin cancer, man. I'm pale as fuck. Ah, that white boy wearing a big hat. Yeah, because he white. Because I don't want to get skin cancer. Fucking, I would never jump off the bridge because my friends did. Goes online, sees the hashtag don't be a white boy, jump off the bridge trending topic. Okay. Fuck you. So now Poles are white, how convenient. Well, I'm half Polish. The other half is Irish and German, so, White boys always be like, I don't want to get cancer. What was that one post? Your white joy is apathy. Me when I show up at the function as a white boy and I don't have cancer. Your lack of melanoma is apathy. Wait, I thought you were black. Well, black people should also wear sun protection, People are like, ooh, white people are like, ooh, black don't crack, black don't crack. Have you considered that they like moisturize? Probably helps, Yeah, black people can get skin cancer, I'm pretty sure. I haven't like checked recently, like the stats on that, but I'm pretty sure they can. Landers is leading NY10 in a Goldman internal. By how much? Down 5 points? In an internal? Hmm. That's looking nice. That's looking nice. Warren just endorsed him, I think. That's cool. Abdul Al Sayed is leading in polls. He gained 9% after his rally with Hassan. That's fucking sick. Isn't Abdul Al Sayed like 85% of the 18 to 29 vote? Chad thinks any clothing with utility is a costume, lol. Yeah, because everyone wears fucking Zara t-shirts that disintegrate after 4 washes. So they're like, oh, your clothing can survive the elements for more than one day? You must think that you're a person who goes outside. Well, occasionally, yeah, I am. Not as much as I should be, but, you know. Sorry for calling you a LARPer. This guy's a LARPer. Reform has suspended new Sheffield councillor Nathaniel Mende after further social media posts uncovered by my colleague for the Sheffield Star, which included a huge photo of a Nazi flag with a swastika on it and a photo of Hitler's Mein Kampf. Man, really having to dig deep to find the dirt on these reform councillors, huh? You know? Really having to do some esoteric mathematics to figure it out. Sheesh. Yes, the suit looks awful. What the heck? My lights have been glitching a lot lately, like multiple times a day. There we go. He looks like shit. You know what I never understand? What's the point of wearing a tie and then not tying it to the neck? I don't get it. Like, are you trying to do a bit? Like, are you like the salary man who's had a long day at work and you're loosening your tie so you can breathe a little easier? Why? You're taking a picture. Why aren't you bringing the tie up? Silly. I've got the theme for the final boss of Cuphead DLC in my head. No spoilerinos, but the chef. Dun, 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 dun. Such a banger. Anyway, looking good. And you say you don't do music? Yeah. No, it's looking good. I see some discourse on the TL right now. Apparently, like, El Said isn't a doctor, but he posed in Scrubs one. I don't know the details. Like, he has suggested he has practiced on patients, but he only has a doctorate. I don't know. I don't know the draw. I don't know what it is. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. Well, I found out about it because I retweeted a clip of Hassan where he failed the hashtag if you lose you go to mega hell challenge level impossible challenge, where a person detracting El Sayed was like a shrimpy, like a small weak person in like a photo they took with Kamala Harris, you know, like a small person. Um so Hassan was laughing at that, and then I retweeted it, and then that person added me and was like, how dare you make fun of the appearances of people who disagree with you online? And I'm like, have you ever seen any of my content? Do you know what I do? Take your sensitive ass back to blue sky. It's bullshit. He's a doctor. He just spent most of his career in public health. Yeah, well, I know, but like anti-El Sayed people are demons who want you to be raped by the Israeli dogs of war until you die. So I don't really care. I mean, the number of the McMorrow and Stevens are both assets of a foreign power. They're evil. You know, if as far as I'm concerned, detracting El Sayed is an attack on America. You're a traitor. You know, I mean, making fun of you for appearance, I think, is a pretty light. It's a pretty light, you know, Kind of nice, if anything. Who cares? This is why you're not getting those DNC donations and sponsorships. You just don't know how to be civil. People are going to be so... Oh, you know how nowadays a lot of the old like chivalrous code of the Victorian era seems really antiquated to us when we make fun of it. People are going to do the same thing for Democrat civility. Like nowadays we're like, wait, if somebody walked by you in a sumptuous manner, you had to throw a glove at them and declare a duel, and then one of you had to fucking die by the end of the day, or both of your honor was besmirched? What the fuck? How did civilization survive that shit? But then in 100 years, people are going to be like, yeah, so even though half the country were rape demons who wanted to kill everyone forever and rape their corpses, you actually had to be nice to them, or else your own side would call you mean. You know? Like, what? You know? Can we bring back duels? It did reduce the population of the aristocracy and landed, you know, gentry, so. In Imperial Germany, the Kaiser outlawed dueling in around 1914 because they ran out of nobles. They got killed at duels. Weren't there a bunch of like gay loser Nazi officials who were engaging in the Prussian practice of giving each other gay little love kiss scars to make it look like they were men of war? Like, these are people who wear pantaloons and have their nurses wipe their butts for them until they're like 12 years old or something, but they were like, well, we look like babies. We need to give each other scars. So they would cut each other up with rapiers while fencing until they looked cool. The Prussians generally engaged in fencing just to get scars. It's super gay. It's a fraternity thing to this day. It's literally okay. Isn't it crazy that white people will do that and then be like, "Oh, Africans engage in scarification for ritualistic purposes"? How backwards. It's insane how much of racism is just looking at them doing the shit you be doing and then being like, "Well, that's different." White people are violent. Oh, it's their like natural Aryan urge to dominate taking over. Black people are violent. Oh, it's because they're like, you know, subhuman. White people engaging in ritual scarification for the purposes of making themselves look more masculine. Well, that's like ennobled. Black people doing the same shit. Oh, well, that's like primitive, you know? Everything's the same. Everything's the same. And only I can see through the veil. Give me money. Give me money. Rapiers should only be for high femme lesbians, thank you. It is true that, like, rapiers and fencing are both very womanly sports. You literally do that shit by, like, flicking your wrist or whatever, okay? Give me a sword fighting practice that's with, like, Zweihanders or something, and then we'll talk, all right? Fencing? Come on. The only reason they're choosing rapiers is because it's the only weapon light enough that you couldn't, like, give a person a concussion by whacking them on the head with it, you know? You never fenced in your life? Oh, they're getting defensive. Oh, fuck, they're getting defensive. Ah, they've correctly identified the fact that I don't know what I'm talking about and I'm just saying shit. Ah! 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 They're coming after me. The high femme lesbians, they're going to cut me up. Or they would if it wasn't for the fact that with my Mongo retard strength, I could still beat them in a... I think I could beat a fencer. With my bare fists. Because they'd be doing like gay tricks and I'd be like, ooh, 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 ah! And I'd charge them. You get me. You couldn't beat a butch lesbian fencer. Why specify butch lesbian? How does that make them stronger? I'm gonna need a reference from your security guard job to prove this. My boxing record, yeah. Voss should be easy to hit as he has a big body. Whoa! All right, all right. Yeah, they're cooking me. They're cooking me for being objectively sexist. they're they're attacking me for being wrong and bigoted. Fuck. God damn it. How uncharacteristic of you. Made fun of in the group chat again for, you guessed it, being white. Somebody's got to do something about you people. All right, rapier or baseball bat? Come on. I think that's a tough one. Why do you say rapier like that? Isn't that how you do it? Because otherwise it sounds like rapier. It sounds like I'm saying raper with like a accent or something. It's rapier because it's French, right? Rapier. Rapiers have some slashing capabilities. Yeah, but they have no bludgeoning damage. But you don't wear armor? Yeah, but the point of a baseball bat is that if you get one solid hit anywhere, it's over, right? Like if you get a big swing in, like I guess my thinking is that there's a lot of like glancing damage you could do with a rapier, but with a baseball bat, if you got a solid hit, you would like that's it. That's the end of the fight, right? Like you could hit the hip, the side, the chest, the head, obviously the head, the shoulder, the arm. What like it would just instantly disable the opponent, unless you like hit them in their non-dominant arm, but they kept fencing with their other arm. But that's like the only, yeah, that's like the only place you could hit that wouldn't. The rapier is a stabbing weapon. Yeah, thanks, Ubes. Really, the rapier? It's not like a slashing weapon. Thank you. I've played D&D. But what if you're holding the bat up and you're just going like, woo, 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 woo. I think there's a reason why in fencing they only let you have the rapier, and they don't let you have, like, a baseball bat. Fencing doesn't use rapiers? They're coming after me for being white again. Chat! Chat! Mods! They're bullying me? It's fucked up, man. Bosch is being extra cringe and annoying today. True, but he is the guy with the mute button. Nice try. Being mean to someone on the internet? What is it, 2012? Grow up. Housing crisis is happening everywhere. Priced out of Lisbon.
Lisbon. Beaches, sunshine, safety, good quality of life. For many, Portugal's Atlantic capital is a dream city. But for the people who live and work here, it's exactly that.
Oh my god, the music, it's like a fucking Onion video, man. The music change?
Which has become the problem. Many can no longer find a place to live.
I was pushed out of the neighborhood I lived in, and now I feel pushed out of Lisbon itself.
Some can no longer afford even a single room and end up here.
All right, that really sucks. Kind of a crazy jump, though, but okay.
in this illegal settlement, despite having a job.
I want a home that I can pay for with my salary. That's all. The rest I can take care of myself.
At the same time, the luxury end of the property market is booming. Lisbon is not alone. Many major cities around the world are facing the same crisis. Experts say this is more than just a housing issue.
The lack of a political response to the housing crisis is undermining trust. When that system fails to respond, democracy itself begins to erode.
But there is resistance. We want to know just
So global capital's the problem? I'm not gonna say the economic system that's causing a global housing shortage because we view it as a speculative asset and not as a necessity to live. It was a capitalist economy.
how serious is the situation? And who does this city still belong to?
Isn't Portugal literally in the Balkans? Who is surprised? You laugh, you lose, challenge impossible. You laugh, you go to America, hell. You laugh, you go to America. You laugh, you go to Cleveland, Ohio, and are forced to eat American cuisine for 31 days before flying back to wherever you're from.
George is looking for an apartment. After his rent went up by almost 20%, he had to leave his previous home. For the last 6 months, he's been searching listings every day, but finding anything affordable is difficult.
I was practically pushed out of the neighborhood where I used to live, and now I feel pushed out of Lisbon itself. As if the city were rejecting me, telling me to go away. And I only ended up in this house by chance.
Another big consequence of financialization is that now that money isn't circulating through real jobs in the real economy, more and more work can only be found in major cities. Like, if we still paid people to be shopkeepers, cobblers, tailors, stoneworkers, masons, construction workers, landscapers, all the physical jobs that you do to physically build the world, then you would have tons of that work to do all over. In fact, if anything, there'd be more work in smaller towns. It's the same reason why a lot of people traveled westward during the gold rush. It wasn't just to mine gold. It was because these small towns were flourishing with lots of people moving through small settlements. There were a lot of people, there were a lot of people there, so you needed jobs to sustain the population. But nowadays, now that the only jobs are OnlyFans star, live streamer, and like crypto venture capitalist, you kind of need to be in big cities, and big cities are tough to grow, you know? It would be a lot easier to manage the population crisis if jobs were evenly spread out, because there are like lots of cheap, like in America, there are places you can go with really cheap housing. Go out to like rural Midwest, you can find McMansions for $250,000 or less. It's just there are no jobs there. So unless you're retiring, you already have all the money you're ever going to need. You can't live there. Maybe you can get lucky with like remote work, but apart from that, you can't live there. Yeah, current gas prices definitely don't help. It's why the just move argument from conservatives has always been, you know, retarded, right? You have to go where the jobs are. And like historically, that's always driven migration, right? After the Industrial Revolution, people moved into the cities. People move, you know, wherever there's work, you know, and the, yeah, big box stores have sucked wealth out of small communities. There just aren't enough jobs there, so.
Because the friends living here happen to have a spare room.
Por acaso eles estavam com quarto livre.
It is only a temporary solution. What the 43-year-old really wants is a place of his own. George came to Portugal from Brazil in 2017. He works full-time in marketing and earns €2,000 net a month, about a third more than the average worker in Portugal.
Outros casos aqui de quartos a
Here,
700.
a single room costs between 700 and 800 euros.
Quarto.
When I arrived in Portugal, that was the price of an entire apartment. Now it's the price of just one room.
Quarto em Portugal.
That's fucking
Right
crazy.
now, many people in Lisbon are in the same situation as George. Since 2020, rents have risen by 42%.
Woo!
One reason, this picturesque city has become a tourist hotspot. In 2025 alone, around 7 million people visited.
Again, it's a problem with consolidation. Like, I don't have a problem. So, like, my thought has always been, right? No matter how big you make New York City, it is ultimately finite. You can upzone New York City as much as you want. There is an upper cap on how large you can make that municipal area. It's literally like there's a physical limit, right? So more places should be like New York City. More places should be like Lisbon. The reason everyone wants to go to New York City is because it's fucking goated. So make more places goated. Have you seen photos of what old St. Louis looked like? Like, America used to be full of places that were interesting and goated. People, and I'm not joking, people used to talk about Kansas City like it was an up-to-do place. People would be like, come out west, come out and see Kansas City, the new New York City out there in the center of America in the great heartlands. You've got Kansas City. You know, like you had people hyping it up, but we ended up burning through all these places. You know, you got anywhere, West Virginia, Kansas, fucking Omaha. These places used to be a lot more goated than they are now. New Orleans, yeah. But like, look at this. Here's a photo from the mean streets, a very low res photo of St. Louis. Look at that. This could, if I showed you this photo and said this is New York circa 1922, you'd believe me. You wouldn't argue with me. It looks like SF. It does look like SF. It does look like San Francisco. You're not wrong. With the tram there. But you understand my point, right? You understand my point. Like, one of the big problems we have with housing distribution is just that there are too few places that are cool. There, like, you can go to the middle of America and legitimately be like 800 miles away from anything worth shit. Like, no hate to people in the flyover states or whatever, but I hate you. It's awful out there. Like, the natural environment's cool, I guess. At least whatever the glaciers didn't roll over. But, yeah. Like, why... This is St. Louis in 1900. Why could this have not been another megacity? Like, why not? All these buildings have been torn down. Well, whatever. We're not gonna get out of this mess unless we find a way to make more parts of the world appealing to go to, right? It is not sustainable that all across the West there are like fucking 10 cities worth going to, right? There are two categories of city, right? There's like ancient Western metropolitan area, and then there's like Mediterranean tourist hotspot. So if you're in fucking Athens, Thessaloniki, Rome, Lisbon, Lyon, whatever else, anything near the Mediterranean, that's where Israelis and Germans go to spend their tourist dollars and like ruin the vibes. And then if you're in Paris, London, Constantinople, New York City, Chicago, like these are the mega cities, the metropolises. But those are like the only cities anyone wants to go to. Every, like, you should in France, there should be like 500 cool cities. It's called Istanbul. Sorry, I got the news late. There should be like cool cities everywhere. You get me.
Neighborhoods like Alfama, once home to working class families, many apartments are now being offered as short-term holiday rentals, forcing residents out. The influx of digital nomads has made the situation even worse.
How do you incentivize this? You have to definancialize. Literally, like, financialization destroyed this. Across America, there were tons and tons of cities that were beginning to look like this, and then we were like, what if instead of making money by building things and selling products and services, what if we made money by borrowing money and then leveraging that debt to borrow more money and then investing the money that we borrowed in order to earn more money off the stock market returns than we lost via the interest on the debt, then pay off the debt? What if every store was a big box store, and whenever you bought stuff there, all the money went to a fucking dragon's hoard in the Cayman Islands rather than circulating in your local economy? You have to definancialize. A local economy is the only way to get stuff like this. How can you square this idea but also want LA and New York to be megacities? I don't understand the the contradiction. I want LA and New York should be mega, mega, mega cities, but like there should be cool cities everywhere. You know what I mean? Like San Francisco and New York should have like 50 million people in them, in my opinion. But there should be more cities in America that have like 2 million people and are major metropolitan areas that are really cool to live in. Like really, really cool. But yes, New York City and San Francisco should be like Mega City 1 and Mega City 2. Not really LA. LA has a water problem. San Francisco's better off for that. We don't even need to say this could happen. It did happen. It was how we used to live. Literally. You know where else this is the case? China. We in the West don't even hear about it, but China has like dozens of bustling new cities. They might not last forever because China is going to go down the same road as us unless something changes. I don't want to live in Mega City 1. That's fine. Then just live somewhere else. But like, you know, you're demonstrating the serious misunderstanding of how many cool things there are in a place like Cleveland. No, come on, man. Don't go on Google Street View downtown Cleveland. Okay, even if what you're saying about Cleveland is true, and it's not, it wouldn't change my point. Because like the Midwest, Ohio is full of places that used to be really cool but fell apart during the deindustrialization of America, you know? Look, I know there's pretty stuff in Cleveland, but a lot of it was built in the 60s or earlier. That's the point, you know? That's the point that I'm making. I'm from Cleveland. We're not as bad as people think, but we're not New York. Okay, I retract my Cleveland slander, but the point remains. The only point that I'm trying to make is that like 100 years ago, cities like London and Paris and New York weren't thought of as like the only places that could be like that. They were special, but you could drive across America and find places that gave you the New York vibe. You could go across Paris and find places that gave, or sorry, France and find places that give you the Parisian vibe or whatever. Over time, more wealth has been sucked out of areas that aren't megacities, so that only the megacities are like the do and done happen in places. Why are you sleeping on Plainsville, Indiana, bro? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm still confused because you said cities have upper limits, but you're also saying that you want megacities. What I'm saying is that even if you upzone New York City so it could hold 50 million people, right now, if you did that, if you snapped your fingers and made it so New York City could hold 50 million people, 100 million people would still want to live there. You understand? 100 million people. There will never be, if New York City is the only cool place in America, and it borderline is, there will never be enough residences in it to fill demand. You need more New York cities. That's the point. You need more places that are goated.
Experts recommend spending no more than 30% of your income on rent. In reality, the average figure is now around 40% in Berlin, 75% in London, and in Lisbon, 116%. But there's growing resistance. Today, one of the biggest...
Welch, West Virginia, same location in 1946 and 2015. Yeah, we've done this tour before with West Virginia, but this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Like, the world used to be so much more beautiful than it is now. All the wealth and life and joy have been sucked out of much of the world because the consolidation of capital behind finance made it so that only cities that had stock exchanges were worth really, really investing in. A bit of an overstatement, but not much of one. Just a small overstatement, really. There's literally nothing on Earth that there's nothing. There is no reason at all why cities, even small ones, can't look like this. There's no reason. The upper picture, I mean. None. People are like, oh, it's cars. Dog, cars are in the top photo. There are more cars in the top photo. It's not even cars. It's just that there used to be more jobs here because the jobs weren't all sucked out via financialization. That's it. This is not a problem that can be solved with any amount of rezoning or urbanization. You need to definancialize. More money needs to run through the economy. How much of this will require strong mayors in these towns? That won't fix it. No, it is definancialization. We will probably not live to see the world return to this standard of beauty. It's that simple. The picture on the top is a product of wealth. The wealth existed because money ran through the city. Money ran through the city because there were jobs and people who needed jobs, and there was work that needed doing. On the bottom photo, there is still work that needs doing. There is still money, but the money is not being used for jobs for the work that needs doing because the money is trapped in a vortex of corporate reinvestment. I don't know the story of Welch, West Virginia, but it's probably the same as the story of every other fucking town in this country.
Demonstrations in years is planned in central Lisbon. Thousands are expected to attend.
Housing prices are very high. We cannot afford to buy or rent an apartment at the moment.
I receive a pension that, by Portuguese standards, is not very much, around 1,000 euros, but I have to pay 550 euros in rent.
It's complicated, for sure.
But that shitty place costs more in maintenance? Do you mean this top photo right here? Believe it or not, it really doesn't. Because you know what happens when you pay for maintenance on a building? You give money to a worker. The worker lives locally and then uses that money to buy groceries and pay for rent. And when he buys groceries and pays for rent, he enriches the landlord and the local grocery store, and so on and so on. It's not a byproduct of how much work. There is plenty of work that needs doing out there. In this country right now, there are unemployed people, there is work that needs doing, and there is money to pay them. All three of these things exist, but the incentive structures are not lined up correctly. The best way to make money, if you have money, is not to pay people to do work. It is, instead, to engage in financial bullshit. That's the reason why areas in the Rust Belt that still look like the top photo are dead towns. That's the why areas like this are rotting. It's because even if you still have the buildings, you don't have the jobs. The money all floats up, baby.
I don't want to live in my parents' house until I'm 50.
You really think $5,000 maintenance for an NYC condo is okay? What are you talking? I don't understand what you're talking. What are you referencing? What am I arguing with? What position am I meant to be defending here? Welch went from a population of 6.5K to just 3.4K now. Isn't that crazy? This top photo is from a town of 6,500. 6,500. A tiny town by anyone's standards, and yet it looked like this. Many such cases all across America.
George is here too. For some time now, he's been active with Porta a Porta, an organization founded in 2023 to fight for the right to housing.
That is our goal, to pressure the government, to make them act, and to make them see housing for what it is, a national emergency. We believe that together we can bring about change. We can turn what is treated today as a market back into what it should be, a right. The right to have a place to live.
When do we stop building cars out of steel and move to an aluminum frame? Aluminum framed cars are safer because when you get into a collision at high speeds, which modern cars are much more capable of than older cars, aluminum buckles and absorbs the impact of the crash, whereas a steel car will remain relatively intact but turn the passengers on the inside of the car into a fine paste. Steel cars were safer for the car, but not for you. What is the music, man?
So welcome to this exquisite loft.
Ah, yes, luxury is booming. Who benefits from the new property market?
In the neighborhood of Alcântara in Lisbon. This is one of my favorite properties because it's incredibly unique. There isn't really anything like it on the market right now.
This luxury apartment on sale for 1.4 million euros is one of the listings of the Anne Brightman Group.
God, as a Seattle resident, it's not even that much.
The American entrepreneur has built up a successful real estate company in recent years, now employing more than...
Incredible thing to have plastered at a gentrifying colonizer property buying up Lisbon. Incredible thing to put there.
Now employing more than 24 people. A specialty, the very top end of the market.
I would move in here in a second, and I would live here for 3 or 4 years and make a nice profit if I wanted to sell it. So
it's all speculation. It's not about living here. To her, living here is just like a temporary residence. She has no home. She is part of the shiftless transnational elite, etc., etc. You've heard my spiel.
I think this is really an exceptional buy.
Anne Brightman's luxury properties are sold to buyers from all over the world, including Northern Europe, the United States and Brazil. She knows international demand has transformed the market, but in her view, the reasons for the housing crisis lie elsewhere.
This really isn't a problem of expats coming into the country. This is really an issue of the government working on affordable housing, making the process much easier and much shorter and cutting some of the bureaucracy and red tape that the developers run into.
In fact, Portugal is amongst the lowest in Europe when it comes to social housing provision, with it making up just around 2% of the housing stock. Countries like the Netherlands, Austria and France have significantly more. That also has to do with the country's history. After World War II, rents in Lisbon were frozen for decades. That meant there was little incentive and little money to maintain buildings properly. Then in 2012, the government liberalized the housing market. Permanent rental contracts were largely abolished, and Portugal actively attracted foreign investors who bought property.
What of the developers? I'm sorry to say, but there really is no solution to this problem outside of government takeover of housing construction. It has to be decommodified. It does. The modern shareholder capitalist system does not allow for you to live comfortably in a place that you can afford. If you can comfortably afford your residence, you are an enemy of the state. They will kill you.
In the country. For Lisbon City Councillor Vasco Moreira Rato, the housing crisis is real. And there are no easy solutions, but he says foreign investment also brought benefits.
Not so many years ago, downtown Lisbon was full of buildings in very poor condition, often empty or occupied by people who had no means to renovate them. Today, downtown Lisbon is a vibrant part of the city, completely transformed and rehabilitated. So at that time, Lisbon needed that investment.
Oh shit, they're bopping. Christ, that lady's a demon. The one before, she is, but it's also not her fault. Again, it's important to understand that everything comes down to incentive structures. We have built a system where the best way to make money is to do the stuff that she is doing, so of course people are going to do the stuff that she's doing. The government is run by people who know that they are doing this and profit from it. Like, yeah, obviously people who actually, like, bite the lure are going to be more odious in general, but you could, you know, you could jail 1 million people like this. It wouldn't change anything. I think that's enough of this. I want to play Resident Evil, man. Got to get through the damn segments. There used to be beauty everywhere you looked. Cities were full of wonder. Now all we do is wonder why everything is shit. So dramatic. Israel doesn't want you to be dramatic about shareholder capitalism literally destroying the world. Netanyahu wants you to be blasé about it. Oh, the world used to be full of beauty and work and livelihood, and now it's dying? Oh, whatever. That's what Israel wants you to act like. I refuse. Where does Israel come into this? Satan? All right. Hold on. Reading scores 3rd graders to 8th graders. Cool. 2015 to 2025. That's great, man. I guess Mississippi is pulling up a little bit. So now every single state except for New Jersey and Massachusetts is below the 2015 average. That's really cool. What's going on in New Mexico? Mostly indigenous people. Indigenous people in America are like legitimately the most economically fucked people in the country. So they get very poor reading scores and like every other score. You should see college lit reading comprehension levels. I couldn't believe it when I saw that SAT question. Read the paragraph. In the paragraph, the man was feeling sad and angry. The multi-choice question, what emotions was the man feeling in the paragraph? Like, was that real? It was real. That was real. I'm gonna believe it's rage bait anyway. That's fair. That's fair. Chicago Board of Trade wheat and Kentucky wheat futures climbed by their daily trading limits on Tuesday after the U.S. Department of Agriculture projected the nation's harvest will drop to the lowest level since 1972. Did I say Kentucky? I said Kentucky, didn't I? That wasn't right. That's cool. I didn't want to eat anyway. Who's ready for an easy summer bod? Hit the price limits, ran out. Okay. Nah, that's cool, man. Whatever. There's a wheat futures market. There's an everything futures market. Mind you, the population was 209 million. That is true. Back during the 1972 harvest, the population was a third lower than it is today. So, if you think about it, it might actually be the worst harvest since the Dust Bowl. Is there a futures market on futures markets? Unironically, yes. You can trade you can speculate on speculation easily, yeah. It's almost infinitely regressive, for sure. Yeah, go on Kalshi. So even rice and beans are fucked? Nah, man, this is wheat futures. You don't want to be eating wheat anyway. A linguist explains why the literacy crisis is overblown and not accurately represented with this informative 45-minute video. Well, I appreciate you warning me about the, This is, less than 10,000 views. I can't watch this on stream, but I guess I'm curious to see the arguments. I have to say, though, the evidence that we're in a literacy crisis is overwhelming. I would be very surprised if the arguments that he made were convincing to me. You know?
And now the most important part you've all been waiting for, the literacy crisis. Let's start with the data mentioned here.
The literacy crisis is at an all-time high in the United States. 21% of all adults in the US are illiterate, and 79% are technically literate. And that sounds nice until you start breaking that down, because over half of adults have a literacy level that is considered below 6th grade.
You can see her sources from the National Literacy Institute. If you Google National Literacy Institute, it'll be one of the first things you see. Click on 2024, and this is the article she used. At the top, it says, literacy is the key to solving everything. And 130 million adults in the US struggle to read basic sentences. that sounds familiar. I wonder where I've seen that before. And we can scroll down to the bullet points she was reading from. This is how it looks vertical when you screenshot it on a phone, but I'm looking at the web page in my background here. On average, 79% of adults nationwide are literate in 2024. 21% of adults in the US are illiterate in 2024. 54% of adults have a literacy below a 6th grade level. Wow, okay. If you scroll down just a little bit, literally right here, the exact same data shows up for 2022 to 2023. Like 21% of adults are illiterate in 2022, 54% have a literacy below a 6th grade level. It's literally the exact same numbers, hasn't changed over a couple years. And nowhere on this page, scroll all the way down, all the way up, nowhere on this page is a single source for that data.
Okay.
Pretty wild for a literacy institute, if you ask me. So people keep citing this claim without seeing the actual data or even knowing where the data comes from. Luckily for you, I do know where this data comes from, and I've even made a detailed video about it before, which you can see here or linked in the description. But I'll go over the National Literacy. Forbes article actually cite the study, which is a Gallup study done on behalf of the Barbara Bush Foundation. This was done to estimate the economic gains of eradicating illiteracy. Now ask yourself, why would a literacy foundation sponsor a study on the economic benefits of improving literacy? Is there something familiar to their goals? At the top, it says literacy is the key to solving everything, and 130 million adults in the US struggle to read basic sentences. That sounds familiar. I wonder where I've seen that before. Maybe, just maybe, they want your money, they want donations, and they want data that shows you will get your literal money's worth of donations. Now, don't get me wrong.
Donations? Huh? I don't understand. How does them sponsoring the study and then using the data cited from the study translate directly into the... If you're going to make an argument for changing the curriculum in the United States to improve literacy, it does make sense that you would want like an economic evaluation of the value of doing so. I don't think that it validates the contents of the study, especially if it was run by Gallup. Gallup is extremely trustworthy. They sponsored the study, but like, okay, so they... I don't think that jeopardizes the legitimacy of the study at all. The Literacy Foundation raises money via donation? Sure, lots of places raise money via donations, but what does that have to do with the legitimacy of the Gallup survey?
Wrong. I think improving literacy does deserve money and resources, a lot. But just keep in mind the purpose of a report like this and why they might define things a certain way. So where's the actual definition of illiteracy? Here on page 6 of the document, they define illiterate as people who scored below level 3 on the PIAAC literacy test. Oh, and by the way, level 2 is up to 275 out of 500 points. The OECD global average was 268. So they're defining illiterate as being above the global average. Does that sound like it makes sense? But if we look
I mean, yeah, the global average, sure. Yeah, the global average would be weighed down by countries that have very low average literacy, right? I don't know that I'm just looking at what's being presented to be here, but yeah, that doesn't necessarily sound wrong to me.
As being above the global average. Does that sound like it makes sense? But if we look at the National Center for Education Statistics, citing the same data, they say for the purposes of this report, they're defining illiteracy as people who score below level 1, not level 2, not even level 1, below level 1. And even then, other parts of the NECS...
I'm sorry.
They're defining statistics, citing the same data, they say, but if we look at the National Center for Education Statistics, citing the same data, they say for the purposes of this report, they're defining illiteracy as people who score below level 1, not level 2, not even level 1, below level 1.
Okay, so different definitions of illiteracy.
Even then, other parts of the NECS define illiteracy as being unable to read or write in any language. And the actual PI...
Well, I mean, obviously... different institutions might define illiteracy differently, because illiterate could mean like you literally can't read anything, or it could mean you don't have the ability to read well enough to like parse daily information. So like, for example, people often say medieval peasants were illiterate, but that's not strictly true. They were illiterate in Latin, but when it came to their written language, oftentimes even farmers knew enough to keep a ledger. Being able to read and write is really important when it comes to navigation, map making and map reading, keeping a ledger, basic trade documents. You didn't have to be a merchant or anyone from the mercantile class to know how to read. Usually, even very poor people knew some reading, right? They had to read road signs, you know? They knew the letter, they knew the alphabet, they understood like very basic language skills. So what you mean when you say illiteracy kind of varies. In my mind, if you can't read and understand a New York Times article, I would consider you illiterate in the English language. That might seem a little bit harsh, but like that is a net that will encompass a lot of Americans. That to me is a very basic standard of English proficiency that is necessary to be able to parse information day to day in the world. You need to be able to understand stuff like that. I think that's reasonable. Like if we stop the definition of illiteracy as you can read Dr. Seuss, like okay, so what? People can read enough to like process Amazon warehouse training module, but not well enough to understand why the world's going to shit? No. For me, for a functioning democracy, literacy means you have to be able to read well enough to understand why the oligarchs want to rape your children.
AAC study does not define any of its scores as illiterate. But back to the Gallup study, based on their analysis, who has the lowest literacy and most to gain? The places with the most Latin American immigrants. They specifically mentioned Merced, California and McAllen, Texas. The census agrees. These places have some of the highest amounts of Latinos, about 87% Hispanic in the case of McAllen, or almost 3/4 of people don't even speak English at home. So is it a coincidence that cities with less English speakers scored lower on their literacy test?
No, it's because they don't read what? No, it's not. No, it's not a coincidence. That's causal. They're immigrants. They don't speak English that well. Right?
No, because the actual PIAAC test administered in the USA was only done in English. Even though they allowed people to do the background questionnaire in Spanish, they could only take the actual test in English. This is from their Reader's Companion, basically information about the PIAAC.
But we're testing English literacy. So shouldn't they be eliminated from the study though? Depends on what you're looking for, but keep in mind that the overall decrease in literature includes data from states that have very few Latin people. Like, we're talking about a nationwide tendency. It's more pronounced in areas that have a lot of Latin immigrants because a lot of them don't speak English well, but we're talking about a broader tendency. It depends on what you're trying to measure.
Skill survey from the OECD website. So the USA was one of only 2 countries that had participants involved fill out the background survey in a language that they couldn't also take the test in. And literally right after that table,
that does seem odd to me.
The document says you cannot judge someone's proficiency in literacy just based on their proficiency in the language of the test. People who take the test in a second language are probably not going to do as good. They are testing people who don't speak English on their English literacy. And the source for all the numbers people keep repeating literally says the lowest scores are due to immigrants. But people keep taking that to say
well, wait, it's also the case in, well, no, hold on. The data we have implicates far more than just immigrants and the children of immigrants.
Adults in the US can't read. In addition, most countries part of this study used a national registry to find participants, and those countries all excluded undocumented immigrants, and in some cases, legal immigrants, asylum seekers, or other legal residents under specific circumstances. The USA was one of the countries that used screeners, and if you look at their exclusions, the only exclusions for the US are places they couldn't find. And if we go back to the Gallup definition for illiteracy, they say it's people who scored below level.
I think he's correct on this, though. If they're using data that includes people who aren't even primary English speakers, and they're counting that data as valid, I think that's a different data set from the argument that people who are trying to know how to read and speak in English aren't literate. It skews the data. I think this is a fair complaint. I don't think it invalidates the broader problem, but this is a fair complaint.
3 on the PIAAC. So what does the PIAAC document say? It defines literacy like this. Basically, being able to read and understand things for personal and society's purposes. Here's more of their info about that. you'll notice they make no definition of illiteracy. They do have descriptions of what each level should be capable of. Level 3 is a score of 276 to 325 points. This is out of 500, by the way. Level 5, top level, is 376 or more. So any of the people who scored 276...
Sure, but aren't we also seeing illiteracy rates rise in countries that haven't seen an increase in non-official language speaking? Yeah. In America, literacy right now is decreasing across the country, state by state. It's not just because of the proportion of immigrants or whatever. Like, it is a widespread tendency that correlates strongly with the rise of smartphone usage and COVID. AI will probably fuck things off too. But we don't have the data on that quite yet, I don't think. So, like, we know it's an issue that extends beyond just errors in surveying method, you know? No, it is happening in other countries, Blister-X, though it's happening particularly here. No, the whole developed world is having a crisis right now. A lot of it's stemming from COVID. But yeah, people are, on average, getting kind of stupider, I think.
Points or more are equally considered fully literate by the Gallup study. It makes no distinction beyond that. And then 275 points and below is considered illiterate. Again, with no further distinctions mentioned or defined. But what is level 2 described as in the PIAAC? So this is how they say it. Access and understand information in longer texts with some distracting information. I don't know, man. That doesn't sound illiterate. Not necessarily a scholar's capabilities, but it sounds like they're perfectly literate for average daily tasks.
No, again, I think you need to be able to parse news articles. That does mean a lot to me. Hold on, I'm going to read one more segment here, which is what is a 6th grade level, because I think this strikes at the core of the issue here. I'm going to watch this, and then we'll move on to other subjects. But I am interested in what he has to say. I think a lot of you guys are being very reflexively mean for no reason. I don't know why.
What does that mean? 6th graders read plenty long and complex books, right? They might not be reading financial reports or scientific studies and stuff like that, but you know, it's not like 6th graders are illiterate. So people keep...
Okay, let's set the bar a little bit higher here, all right? 6th graders are what? 11, I think? We really cannot set the bar for literacy at the expected... 12? Okay, 12. At the expected level of comprehension of a 12-year-old. A 6th grader could read a New York Times article. Okay, but could they comprehend it? That's the question for me. Could a 6th grader read it and tell me the meaning of words? Sure. Could they read it and take away the points? Could they reiterate to me and explain it to me in their own words? Could they comprehend it and then teach me the information contained within it without omitting significant information or recontextualizing it? In my experience as a tutor, no. Yeah, see, that's the issue that I have, because like every day I encounter evidence that adults in the United States are incompetent to the point of not even being able to do this. So I really don't know what we mean.
Saying these things without defining them, and I don't know where they're getting it from. Like the 6th grade level thing, I can't find that source. Even the Gallup study, which is the closest to the source for the 54% or 130 million figure, does not describe what a 6th grade level or lacks proficiency means. It doesn't even say that that means struggling to read basic sentences. It just says that it's based on data from the Department of Education with no source. Like, we can see the claims before and after that have footnotes with citations and even links, but that 54% claim does not have a source. And when I look for the source of that claim, I cannot find it. Only more articles and people repeating that claim without ever even saying what it's supposed to be based on. This one Reddit post says new study dated to 2023, and again gives the exact same numbers. And a Medium article that has no source.
What do you think caused the decline in comprehension specifically versus overall reading? Well, comprehension has always been harder than reading, but I mean, it seems obvious to me, COVID and smartphones. Seriously, talk to any teacher. No student in class is paying attention anymore. None. It's over. Truly, like if you go to the r/teachers subreddit, you'll find like borderline suicide pact kind of social formation arrangement between them. You know, that people are, it is not good.
entire article. It doesn't give a single source. It doesn't even say this is where the data comes from, right? But it must be based on the Gallup study because they use the same numbers and talk about the same economic gains that the Gallup study was written for. Actually, as I'm editing this, I think I figured it out because the Medium article says getting everyone to 6th grade level proficiency would add 2.2 trillion to the economy, where the Gallup report says getting everyone to level 3 on the PIAAC would add 2.2 trillion. So that must be what they're defining 6th grade as, although I don't know who made that definition. I don't find any source that says level 3 on this test is a 6th grade level. Actually, that still doesn't make sense. I woke up the next morning at 4:30 and I couldn't go back to sleep for like an hour and a half because I kept thinking about how this doesn't make any sense. So they're saying 21% are illiterate as defined by Gallup, scoring below level 3 on the PIAAC. And they say getting everyone up to level 3 or eradicating illiteracy is what will add 2.2 trillion. So how can this other article then say getting everyone up to a 6th grade level, which supposedly covers 54% of people, is what adds 2.2 trillion? They're obviously getting their numbers from Gallup, but using different definitions or just completely ignoring what Gallup actually says, even though Gallup is already using a ridiculous definition. If 21% are illiterate and
he seems correct in the sense that there's an erroneous substitution of terminology here from the Gallup poll to the 6th grade claim.
54% are below a 6th grade level, then 54 obviously being bigger means that there has to be an even higher standard than the people who are illiterate. And remember, illiterate by this definition already includes up to and a little bit above the global average. So we still don't know what a 6th grade level is supposed to be, but it clearly has to be way higher than the global average for adults. Which doesn't make any sense, does it? So
my like extremely strong bias on this subject leads me to believe that the average adult is functionally illiterate. I would say it's probably a coin flip. I really do think that if I went across America and I showed them like a basic reading standards test that I would consider to be a sort of a watermark for literacy, that about half of them would get it and about half of them wouldn't. Do the Dickens dinosaur test? Well, that was for college students. It was still very depressing, but that was for college students.
how can these numbers show that illiteracy is at an all-time high today if these numbers keep getting used year on year but haven't changed since 2020 and are based on test score data taken from 2012 through 2017?
Doing a vibes-based assessment. It's not vibes-based. There's a lot of really good data out there on the decline in literacy. It is real. It's a real thing that exists. I do think that he's correct in pointing out that there's bad data out there, though.
How does that apply to today? And here's a correction I have to make. In my previous video on this source, I said they had about 12,000 participants in the US. I said that because the Gallup study says they extrapolated data from those numbers for places where people didn't take the PIAAC.
Yeah, maybe there's bad methodology because the people who were conducting the study were illiterate.
But the PIAAC document says the US only had less than 3,800 completed cases, not even meeting the standards minimum they wanted, which was 4,000 to 5,000 for every country, which I also think is kind of odd because despite wildly different population sizes and diversities, 4,000 or 5,000 for every single country. I mean, I certainly appreciate the difficulty of getting thousands of completed cases across dozens of countries. And I understand why it's not more, because it's really hard to get that many people involved. But can we really take 3,800 completed US cases as equally accurate as examples like Latvia getting 6,500 or Canada getting over 11,000?
3,800 is sufficient for this data, assuming that you're not engaging in sampling bias.
Like, this is a country of 340 million people. I went into more detail on this in the previous video, but some other things I'm going to briefly mention. The test says nothing about if any people who took the test had disabilities of any kind, developmental, learning disabilities, if they were excluded or if they were...
Well, that would be part of the test, but...
part of it. It doesn't make any mention of things like dyslexia, even though we know that dyslexia is more common and more severe in English writing compared to languages like Spanish or Italian with more consistent spelling. But in spite of that, if we look at the average scores on that test across countries, the US actually outscores countries like Spain and Italy. The USA is actually just slightly above the OECD average, tied with Austria and Germany with an average of 270.
But isn't that data from 2014? Like the point is that the trend is getting worse. It's not really a comparison between the United States and Spain. It's a comparison between the United States 10 years ago and the United States today. Like this data that he's referring to, I'm pretty sure that it's pulled from this, which cites information from 2012 and 2014 from the Department of Education? No? NCES.ed.gov? Yeah. His point is that it's all based off flawed data. Not necessarily. I don't know if the data that he's looking at here is really what we're looking for when we're talking about like the current decline in literacy, right? We're looking for data that tracks onto like post-COVID, you know? I do think he's making a good point here, though, about like how there's been misrepresentation of the data, but I don't think it changed the fact that like the problem is still happening, you know?
If we use the Gallup definition, that means the US is on average illiterate. The average is illiterate, not looking good. But
That's true.
So are Germany, Austria, Spain, Singapore, Ireland, Canada, England, and everyone except the top 9 countries on this list. And those are at most 20 out of 500 points above illiterate. 7 of those 9 are less than 10 points above the illiterate cutoff in that Gallup study. But would you, any of you who have repeated these claims about the US, would any of you say that those countries are 21% illiterate? No other countries use the same data to describe their literacy rates. Multiple parts of the European Union have expressed concern over this, though. But would anyone say that over half of their adults struggle to read basic sentences? I mean,
well, again, what I would really like is if we could just look at what's being tested. You know what I mean? Like, okay, 50% of American adults can't pass this test, and then you look at the test and you see what people are struggling with. That's what I mean. Like, I just want to see what we mean. I would like to just see what the level of competence we're testing people for is. You know? You want to be sad? This kid in TikTok does a series of videos where he asks other kids at his high school to read sentences. Oh, didn't this kid get, like, banned? Oh, wait, fuck. Didn't he get in trouble or something? I don't know if this is necessarily good methodology, though it is sensational. Suspended or something? TikTok won't let me see it anyway. He keeps swapping the definition of illiteracy. I would like to see... I want every American adult to sit down and take a test where they read a short, like, passage from a book and then answer questions about it. That's all.
And people saying this are out there saying other people are illiterate. Like what? Like these people are hearing the claim that over half of adults in the US struggle to read basic sentences and don't even think to question where that data might come from. But the people who scored 275, which is above average, the people who scored 275 instead of 276 on that test, those are the illiterate ones. Not the people who see...
What? How difficult is this PIAAC test? PIAAC test scoring. It's on a 500-point scale. So we're talking about the difference between level 2 and level 3, right? That's the line we're talking about. Samples bottom tab. Okay. These items were not administered in either field test, PIAAC view, interact with full set of sample items, see the PIAAC released items. So what do I... So these are examples of text. I don't know if that means... Like... This item represents a moderate to high difficulty level. This item represents a moderate to high. What, I don't know how to parse that, though. Like, I look at a thing and then what? If I get it, that means that I'm level 3 or something? I don't know how the scoring system works. I agree with Vosh politically, but I can't stand him talking down to people whose circumstances he knows nothing about. Who am I talking down to right now? We're just engaging with this video. You mean this guy's circumstances? I'm just engaging with what he says in the video. I don't know. Who am I talking down to? PIAAC methodology. The test seems to be behind a paywall. Many such cases. Okay. The second item represents a moderate to high difficulty level. Based on the information in the article, is each statement below true for bread, crackers, or both? This is moderate to high difficulty level? Well, you haven't read the paragraph? How deceptive is it? Read the passage. Bread gets hard, but crackers get soft. Why does bread exposed to the air get hard and stale? Part of the reason is that it loses moisture. The typical soft bread is about 32 to 38% moisture. If the bread is left unwrapped and exposed to the elements, it loses moisture to the air. It'll become stiff when the moisture level lessens to about 14%. At the same time, the moisture in the bread is evaporating. A process called retrogradation occurs, in which the starch structure of the bread changes. During retrogradation, the crust of the bread softens and the middle portion of the bread hardens. In addition, a portion of the starch becomes crystallized. When this happens, it results in a gradual firming of the bread as it becomes stale. Hard starches, like crackers, are crisp because they're baked with an extremely low moisture level, usually 2 to 5%. When they're exposed to the air, crackers absorb the air's moisture. Crackers seem soft when their moisture level reaches about 9%. So, based on the information in the article, is each statement true for bread, crackers, or both? Should be wrapped to stay fresh, fresher when soft, affected by exposure to the air. So this seems fairly straightforward to me. But this one is a moderate to high difficulty level. So like if I was able to consistently correctly answer questions of this difficulty, would that place me in level 2 or level 3 or level 4? Or I see you're not picking answers. I admit the gripping terror of being humiliated on stream. It does hurt my heart. But my understanding is that both should be wrapped to stay fresh. Only bread is fresher when soft because it hardens when exposed to the air. And both are affected by exposure to the air. So both, bread, both. Now, if I'm wrong, then let me be struck down now. One question doesn't give you a level. I know that. I just mean, like, I would like to know what it looks like for an adult to only score level 2. That's what I mean. I get your point, but we're missing the scoring methodology. No, I know that, which is why I would like it if somebody... Okay, hold on one second. PIAAC equivalent to grade reading level. But as soon as you do this, you introduce the methodological problems identified by the YouTuber. PIAAC literacy levels measure adult skills rather than school grades, but roughly correlate to school-based reading levels to indicate functional literacy. Adults with low literacy, level 1 or below, are often compared to 4th to 6th grade reading levels, while functional proficiency, level 3+, indicates high school level or higher. 3+ is functional proficiency, but isn't the average American just below 3? If the average American is right at the level between 2 and 3, would that not imply that half of Americans are subliterate? I know half of adult Americans are subliterate because I interact with adult Americans. But I'd like some data to back up my my belief. Yeah, 56% of the USA is level 2 or below in the PIAAC. But Canada, for example, is 48% at a level 2 or below. Better, yes, but not that much better, and still very close to 50%. But I don't think it's only an American problem. I think it's a broader issue. I guess the main issue is that recently, even these relatively bad levels have been declining. 56% reading at a level 2 or below. I guess I just wish I could read, like, what a level 2 passage looks like. Like, oh, if you can't understand this, you're a level 2. You know what I mean? Like, show me the bar. What does a level 2 or PIAAC, I forgot the P. PIAAC proficiency look like? Sample questions? Yeah, but the sample questions don't really tell me much if I don't know the grading key. And even if I knew the grading key, that wouldn't give me the ability to grade it. I'm not a teacher. Vosh refusing to read a study about literacy and demanding a graph is deliciously ironic. Wait, what study am I refusing to read? Are you referring to this description right here? This is, with all due respect to the fine people over at the Department of Education, puffery. This is not helpful to me. Task achievement often requires the test taker to either reason about one piece of information or to gather information across multiple processes. This is not colloquially useful to me. It doesn't provide me the information that I need. Passages that correspond to PIAAC reading levels. Like, give me something that a level 2 PIAAC reader could not comprehend. Give me a question they couldn't answer. Give me something they couldn't do. It does kind of say it right there. It doesn't. It doesn't. This isn't helpful. You ultimately refusing to do the task required by a PIAAC test is ironic. You people are really struggling with listening comprehension right now. I don't know if there's a test for that. This information right here does not, as a layperson, which I and you both are, give me the information I need to make a colloquial assessment in non-teacher speak about what it means to have this level of proficiency. This info isn't useful to me. Yes, I want an example of it, not a description of the level. Is it meant to be? You people are killing me. Like, unironically, you realize a lot of you are demonstrating illiteracy right now, right? Like, you don't comprehend the difference between a teacher's, an academic's description of different proficiency levels versus a practical application of that knowledge. Those are different things. It's like the difference between, here is what a sixth grader is expected to know in regards to algebra, and here is a question that a sixth grader would not be expected to be able to answer. Those are two different things. As a layperson, I don't really have the ability to read this and then instantly correlate it to a level of colloquial literary proficiency. I was mostly poking fun. Well, then you're demonstrating a degree of emotional illiteracy because you're not reading the room. It's a serious problem. The serious problem in question being making fun of me. Sample questions don't help me. This claims to have a level 2 test. This is a level 2 test. Sample sentence processing items. Determine whether or not these sentences make sense with respect to the real world. Why are my lights glitching? 3 girls ate the song. Does this make yes or no? Page 6, level 1? Okay. For PIAAC, item difficulty is reported along a 5-level scale, with level 1 being the easiest items and level 5 being the hardest. This sample is a level 2 item. This isn't exactly what I asked for, but okay. Literacy, sample item 2 continued. The text is a little hard for me to read. Maybe that's illiteracy. Physical exercise equipment. Sample item 1. This isn't what I'm looking for. Just go to level 3. It's fine. It's fine. Sure, sample level 3. For PIAAC, item difficulty is reported along a 5-level scale, with level 1 being the easiest items, level 5 being the hardest. This sample is a level 3 item. Again, respondents are asked to type in a numerical response based on the graphic provided. Okay, look at the thermometer. Using the number keys, type your answer to the question below. If the temperature shown decreases by 30 degrees Celsius, what would the temperature be in degrees Celsius? Oh dear, that's level 3? Well, again, I'm putting myself out in the mark here, but you know, that looks to me like the pointer is at a solid 26 degrees Celsius, so it would be at -4. It could be at 25. I don't know. There's kind of some variance in the print. 25 or 26, 6, 7. That looks pretty dead center. -5. Correct response, any value between -4 and -5. Okay, it looks like, sure. I appreciate them giving me a bit of variance there. This is a level 3? Because what? A level 2 would fall for the Fahrenheit section rather than the Celsius section? Doesn't that scream functional illiteracy to you? Like, if an adult failed this test, wouldn't you be a little justified in thinking this motherfucker's illiterate? And I don't mean like they're failing this test in the sense of like they made a snap judgment, like they looked quickly at a thermometer and like just misread it. This is a test question. You know you're taking a test, so you would try your best to look at it. So knowing you're taking a test, if a person failed on this, I think I would be fair in assuming some degree of the task is not the exercise, it's reading the instructions. Yes, and these instructions, I think, if you couldn't understand these instructions, I would question your literacy. Some people in chat right now are failing. You can actually see people in chat struggling with this, but I'll try not to linger. Sample item 4. For PIAAC, item difficulty is reported along a 5-item scale, with level 1 being the easiest. This is a level 5 item. Okay. Hold on. All right, everyone, put on your thinking caps. In fact, hold on. I'm going to potentially humiliate myself. And there, I can no longer see chat. I've opened up another tab on my second monitor. I'm not looking at chat. We're going to do this, okay? Look at the advertisement found in a newspaper. Using the number keys, type your answer to the question below. What is the annual rate of simple interest that the lender charges? Okay, annual rate of simple interest. Apply for a loan of up to $70,000. Terms of the loan. Pay only $103 per month for each $1,000 borrowed. Payable in 12 equal monthly payments. Okay, so it's annual rate of simple interest, and you're paying $103 per month for each $1,000 borrowed, which means that you would pay $1,236 per year for each $1,000 borrowed. So I guess my assumption would be that you're paying, what, 123.6%? Did I do that correctly? I would probably write it down. I have a bad memory, so I'd probably like jot this down to make sure that I'm not missing a 0 or a point here. But let's just go with 126.3% and see if I'm literate. Wait, 126 point. No, 123 point. What did I say? Oh God, the memory. 36, right? 123.6. Well, we're finding out lots of interesting stuff today about me and my my ability to criticize others. Huh? All right, let's find out why I'm illiterate. Let me open up chat again. 123% would be over double. Oh, you're right. This is paying the this isn't just paying the interest, it's paying the principal as well. No, you're completely correct. Yeah. I added it plus the principal. All right, well, that's my fault. No, I failed that one. Math questions don't prove literacy. Yes, but being able to understand the question does. And I made the mistake of not adding the principal there. I guess I'm a level 4. Sorry, folks. Reading instructions are the looks to me like level 5s or gotcha questions. Well, it's not a gotcha. It's like this is basic literacy. It's comprehending the question. What age is this supposed to be for? It's for adults. Well, at least I did the math correctly. Page 24 on this one for a more passage-based example. Ah, trying to give me the opportunity to salvage my ego? I'll accept. Page 24, you say. What was the correct answer? Any value between 23 and 24, because you're rounding there. My mistake was that it did not occur to me that you were paying the principal in addition to the interest. It asked only simple interest, not interest plus principal. I was answering the total amount relative to how much you borrowed you pay per year, but the question was only the simple interest, which means that I failed in my comprehension of the question. What did you say? Page 24? Do-do-do. This doesn't tell me the expected. No, this isn't helpful for me. I'm afraid. What I'm looking at right now. Hide chat. What I was looking at wasn't useful to me. I would like to see more of these, though. Table 1 on page 8 gives a description of the passages of text at different levels, but I don't want to see a description of the passages. I want to see the text itself. I long to live in a world where I would fail the literacy test required to vote. Okay, closing this. Sorry, we got a lot of tabs open. I see some test examples listed by the OECD, but not ones that correlate to difficulties level 4 or 5 or whatever. PIAAC sample items. PIAAC sample items. PIAAC released items. Does this give the like expected difficulty? Download the PIAAC released items report. I don't think that this would provide the expected difficulty of them. Estimated difficulty moderate to high. Oh, this is the bread one, no? No, it's a different bread one, not the bread and crackers one. Yeah, this doesn't provide the expected difficulty of these passages, which makes it difficult for me to get anything from them. Some of them do. Yes, it does. Some of them do, but I'm not seeing it for all of these. Can you look up the reading levels of different novels? That's not covered by the PIAAC. Moderate to high has to be proficiency level 3. Oh, here we go. Wait, proficiency level. Do all of them have that in the chart? Have I just been missing that? Proficiency level 3. Okay, hold on. 1 second. Proficiency level. 3, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 3. Wait, was that a 4? 3, 3, 2. They're all 3s and 2s. Well, that's not... That's annoying. Middle school questions are geared 2 to 3. No, this is for adults. The PIAAC test is for adults. Well, if I can't find any, I guess there's no point in continuing to look for them. PIAAC background questionnaire. Data, sample test item, cycle 1 data, numeracy, sample items. Yeah, there are so few examples out there. So annoying. All right, well. Put on second channel to spare me humiliation, watch Vosh fail a literacy test. There we go. To the Vosh pit. Put that shit on Vosh video. All right. We're doing the exact opposite of what I said we were going to do, which is speed run through the politics to get to the damn Resident Evil. Apparently, the visit to Beijing is not going too well. The Trump-Xi meeting in Beijing is now expected to be a limited, low-impact summit focused on maintaining stability rather than major deals. I thought he was a deal maker. For those of you who aren't in the know, because you're not plugged in like I am, you know? You're not plugged in like I am. Trump has gone over to Beijing to meet with Xi Jinping to beg for forgiveness for starting a trade war. He's also being accompanied by an envoy of America's most pedophilic oligarchs. Where's the list of the fart smellers going with him? Beijing delegation. Come on, show me the bit. Let's see. That includes NVIDIA's Jensen Huang and Elon Musk. Give me the full list. Come on. We got the whole ensemble. Come on. No one wants to tell me. Here we go. CEOs from Tesla, NVIDIA, Apple, BlackRock, Boeing, Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, GE, Qualcomm, and Blackstone. So all of our top child fondlers. Yes, heading on over. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Visa? Did I say Visa before? I assume American Capital is going over there to beg forgiveness, but it seems nothing much is coming of it. Oh, it's actually quite a long list. Huh. Elon Musk, Tim Cook, Larry Fink, is it Blackstone, Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, Boeing, MasterCard, Visa, GE, Micron, Qualcomm, Cargill, Meta, yeah, there you go, Illumina, and Coherent. Maybe additional CEOs who joined the trip are not yet named. By the way, gotta say, just so you guys know, I know we live in an odd era. It's actually very unusual for a state visit from the President of the United States to be accompanied by an envoy of all of our oligarchs. That's actually, like, really weird. Just so you guys know. It's actually, like, really strange. Like, it kind of gives the game away a little bit. You know? Yeah, I don't actually know if this has ever happened. I really don't know. It's giving Russian oligarchy? Yeah, real leaders of the United States. China has the ability to do the funniest thing ever. I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're going to. So yeah, anything come of that? Trump arrives, meet with Xi in Beijing. Do. Highly anticipated bilateral talks on Thursday. Anything come of this? Guess things are still ongoing. Beijing. It's Wednesday? I've heard that rumor. I've heard that rumor. Oh, it really is just a video of him arriving. That's it. Thank you, CNN. I appreciate that. We want to do any, like, commentary? Do we have opinions on this?
Oh, and Selena, it looks like President Trump is walking down the stairs right now, coming out of Air Force One. Again, the president just landed in Beijing for a high-stakes summit with President Xi there in China. Selena, walk us through this moment.
To step foot in China in nearly a decade. Again, President Trump himself was the first to do so nearly a decade ago. I'm not getting the feed on my screen here just yet, but I assume we are having some technical issues here, so I can't see exactly what's happening. But again, about the U.S. is obviously
just live coverage, no analysis. We have no. Okay, you know what? Whatever. That's fine. I didn't care anyway. I'll do the analysis. Thank you. My analysis is a desperate and inept effort to negotiate and the specter of a global energy crisis from which America is sure to suffer far more than China. That's my read on this. China has a lot of control over when this energy crisis ends because China is on good terms with Iran. That's one of the reasons why some ships have still made it through the strait to China. You know, that's like one of their primary outgoing destinations. So it's you know, it's really just a matter of like when China thinks it would be best to apply the pressure to Iran to lessen up on the strait, but right now China has no reason to. Nor should they, really. We have to be punished for our hubris. But China's a lot more dependent on the oil? Yes, but they have far larger reserves than we do, because they're not led by retards. From Truth Social post on China. CNBC incorrectly reported the great Jensen Huang of NVIDIA was not invited to the incredible gathering. Da-da-da. Jensen's currently on Air Force One, and unless I ask him to leave, which is highly unlikely, CNBC's reporting is incorrect, or as they say in politics, fake news. Man, just every oligarch going over to China on Air Force One. That's crazy, man. It's just wild to think about. I'm just worried about Taiwan. They might be the chip for bargain. I mean, yeah, maybe. It's not like we could defend Taiwan right now if we wanted to. He actually calls him Tim Apple. God bless. The U.S. has nothing to bargain with anyway. Not really. Not at the moment, no. Trump assembles oligarch army to beg Xi for forgiveness. You know, I'm still steaming over that level 5 PI AAC test. I still am, it's true. I'm not above that. I am. Now I want to take the damn test. To be fair, 90% of chatters would have failed it too. That doesn't help me. Meanwhile, consumer confidence is at its highest ever. Are you a bot? This link says the opposite. It's the lowest level ever in like history. Google searches for can't pay credit card just hit an all-time high. That's so cool. I believe it's called sarcasm. It didn't land. This one's pretty cool. Nearly 50,000 people in the Lake Tahoe area have been told that their utility will stop providing power to them because it's redirecting that power to data centers. Sorry. Oops. Sorry. Sucks to suck. NV Energy, the Nevada utility that supplied most of Lake Tahoe's electricity for decades, says that next year it'll stop servicing homes in that area and instead direct that electricity to the growing demand from Nevada data centers. Northern Nevada is one of the fastest growing data center corridors in the country. Cool. There's a data center in Utah being built that's twice the size of Manhattan and uses more power than the entire state of Utah. Well, we'll see if it actually gets built because a lot of this is speculative bullshit. But yes, we did talk about this. Yeah. Lake Tahoe doesn't know where its power will come from after the next ski season, and it's a major problem for the 49,000 residents who call the region home. Well, presumably, it would be redirected from elsewhere in the grid, but it's insane that local utilities are just pulling services to direct things entirely elsewhere. You know? Liberty's 49,000 California customers may be bearing the cost. Liberty Utilities generates about 25% of its power from solar facilities owned in Nevada. The other 75 comes from Nevada Energy, and that source will no longer be supplied to the region by this time next year. I see. So Nevada Energy is cutting its power to Liberty Utilities, and they're going to have to get the power from elsewhere. So Nevada's directing its energy like entirely towards the data center, leaving the Californian residents near Lake Tahoe to fend for themselves. That who said earlier this is speeding up the balkanization of the United States, man? Having like your power cut across different state lines because local utilities are direct, like your governor is directing you to direct all of your power to a local data center construction. That's insane. Jesus Christ. What makes the Tahoe crisis so difficult is that no single regulator oversees the whole chain from power generation to customer bills. Liberty is a California investor-owned utility, pays rates approved by the California Public Utilities Commission, but its grid sits inside Nevada Energy's balancing authority. Yeah, this is a balkanization problem right here. This is like California and Nevada deploying their local National Guard to the border to tightly control the distribution of like solar plant energy. It's more Fallout New Vegas. It's more Fallout New Vegas shit, okay? It's directing the energy from that one solar plant. You get it. You've done the bit. You can direct it to the farmers or to the weapon. You get it. You get it. Building a direct connection to California's grid would require a new transmission line west over the Sierra. A Project Liberty president, Eric Schwarzbach, said would cost hundreds of millions of dollars with significant land impacts. Sheesh. The CPUC approves Liberty's rates, but it cannot order Nevada Energy to keep selling wholesale power or dictate how Nevada plans for data centers. Fuck, man. So, like, eventually it won't even matter if new solar is getting built in Nevada or Utah or Texas or whatever, because those local grids are just going to direct all energy towards their fuck-ass data projects, their data center projects, you know? Like, we need energy infrastructure being built in blue states because the red states are just going to localize distribution, so all the fucking Tahoeans or whatever can't boil their kettles. What does a data center even do? Generate bespoke child pornography so our elites can enjoy stuff. What's the millennialism? Let people enjoy things? I refuse. I'm a zillennial. I hate it when people enjoy things. Data centers used 22% of Nevada's electricity in 2024, and that share could rise to 35% in 2030. Where's that graph of energy production in the USA versus China? Maybe I'll Google those exact words and find it. Energy production USA versus China graph. It's quite telling. Yes, there we go. Love to live in a dying empire. You've seen this one, right? China invests in energy infrastructure because its leaders aren't retarded. We don't because we are. Or ours are. Hey, that seems bad. Yeah, it's a little bad, in my opinion. A lot of that is green energy too. Yeah, green energy has been growing in the United States quickly, but nowhere near as quickly as China. Also, we've been replacing, like, closing coal plants with green energy. So we're building green energy, but not enough to outpace, well, only enough to barely outpace the rate at which we're closing, you know, old fossil fuel energy production centers. Largely because of our goal of replacing our coal energy. Yeah, but like, if we wanted to, right now, America could have triple the energy production just off renewables. It's crazy to imagine a world where good things happen instead of bad things happening, but like, if Al Gore had won instead of Bush and we had gone down that path, we would have like quadruple the energy production in the United States. Yeah, he did win. I know. And it would all be renewables. Rates were already climbing. Liberty originally sought a 19.1% revenue increase. Sure. The CPUC approved a smaller increase, 11.4%. The rate spotlighted wildfire costs, insurance premiums, infrastructure spending in a high-risk mountain region. Isn't the growth mainly because of a rising population and production industry? In China, it's just because they're taking it seriously. They care about nation building. In America, the reason is because it's not economically feasible to justify the construction of new coal and natural gas plants, but it's also the only thing the oligarchs want. There aren't really any, like, massive renewable energy oligarchs yet. Don't worry, we'll get there. So we don't have any pedophiles in Washington whispering in the ear of our presidents telling them to make it a national priority to build more of these. The only reason we don't have even more natural gas and coal plants in the United States is because it's just not economically viable to produce them. So in this case, the development of renewable energy needs not just economic viability, which it has, but also a cheerleader pedophile in the White House encouraging our leaders to go for it. It sounds like I'm joking, but it's not. The reason we've gone all in on fossil fuels has nothing to do with economic viability, and everything to do with the fact that fossil fuel lobby interests are extremely concentrated in DC. It's really just corporate power. We don't really have that kind of renewable corporate power yet. We could. That's funny, Ovais. 50,000 people are losing power to a fucking data center. Would green corpo be better than fossil corpo? Yeah, but they would still be, like, destroying the world. Why don't the elites want the U.S. to be more economically powerful? What does being an elite in America have to do with America being powerful? They all run transnational corporations. Capital's international. They profit from the decline of this country because it allows them to consolidate their resources during a crash. Wealthy people profited from the Great Depression, 2008, subprime mortgage crisis, COVID. Capitalists have absolutely no allegiance to the country that they're born in. Or live in, or whatever else. Capital used to be determined to an extent by nationhood, but, you know. Proving your point on speculation and betting? Yeah, the house always wins. Or the insider trader always wins, I should say. US versus China in new solar capacity? Hey, well, on the plus side, we've almost caught up to the economic titans in India. You know? First half of 2025, how much solar's been installed? Well, you know, we're almost caught up to India. They got more people than us. Like, asking why American oligarchs are so okay with the decline of America is like asking why Russian oligarchs are the same. You know that Russia is, like, awful, right? They used to be a superpower. Now, many of the same people who control their economy today were, to some extent, in power or are derived from power that was held during the Soviet Union. They don't give a fuck. It's Marxism, boyo. It's class consciousness. It's material conditions. It doesn't matter how good or evil these people are or think they are. It is a system that produces evil men. Or women sometimes, though not as often, because of, like, sexism or whatever. Hashtag feminism. Yes. Why don't the fossil fuel pedophiles become solar pedophiles if solar is cheaper? Inertia, mostly. It's not a rational thing, you know? So, like, why does the aristocracy not concede power to the civil government if it would ensure their own survival? Because they're, like, arrogant and busy, you know, raping people, I guess. It's it. Like past a point, you have to get back to, like, the base principle, the fundamental, which is, like, these people are stupid and arrogant. They're not smart. Red Tide Rising. Man, look at that US shipbuilding. That's crazy. See these big, like, turquoise spikes right here? world shipbuilding in percent of total in gross tonnage, United States. Look at our wartime production, boyo. Look at what we were able to do. Look at World War II U.S. world shipbuilding production. We used to be a real country. Try to find that aquamarine sliver over here in the right. It's crazy. It's all South Korea, China, and Japan now. When the Jones Act hits. By 1945, 40% of the US GDP was dedicated to the war effort. Yep, and somehow we now have the same amount of national debt now as we did back then. Isn't that crazy? The country is as in debt relative to its GDP as it was back then, which is much, much more debt. The difference is, of course, that after World War II, we were able to pay that debt off. Now we won't. The United States will never again pay off its national debt, not without some kind of fundamental restructuring, declaration of bankruptcy. It will never pay off this debt. There is no politician, no one, not even Mamdani or Bernie Sanders or AOC, no one, who would be able to tax the wealth necessary to bring down that debt. I need to read more up on it, MechMight. What would even happen if the whole country declared bankruptcy? What would happen, like, in general or to you? To you, I hope you've stockpiled on ammunition. There has to be a more clear way to show those stats. I think this is a perfectly fine way. Whatever. Colors could use some work. Yeah. The color differences could be a little more clear, I think. All right. Well. Did you see the Trump admin paid BlackRock to shut down their renewables and build fossil fuels? Yeah, I did see this. It really is impossible to overstate just how much they hate you and also how much they are stupid. Like, any one of these fossil fuel companies could have just bought up the nascent renewable energy industry and just run with it and run like a mega monopoly, and they decided not to because they're just stupid and they hate life. Life itself. But why? Because they're evil. Liberalism has rotted your minds, you know? The idea that everyone who plays the political game is doing so to, you know, procure some kind of rational self-interest, this is a disease of your mind. Sometimes people are just fucking evil and want to kill you. Isn't nuclear energy the best source? I don't... the problem that I have with nuclear energy, in addition to the fact that it takes ages to build those plants, is that sometimes people online will engage in this weird reflective contrarianism where they advocate for it instead of solar. I don't get it. Yeah, build nuclear, build solar, I don't care. Solar is clearly the future, like massively so. It's like all available evidence right now points towards solar being the future. Like, build nuclear too. I just don't understand why. Like, you mentioned solar and then sometimes people will be like, no, not solar, nuclear. Just do both. I don't care. Like, I don't know why you're arguing with me. Look at the dollar dog. The US dollar has lost 30% of its purchasing power over the last 6 years. Neat. Yeah, it sounds about right. I can tell when I buy stuff from foreign companies. Global oil inventories depleting at a record pace. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Global oil supply to drop by 3.9 million barrels per day throughout 2026 as a result of a disruption. Yeah. We're very close to running out. Very close to running out. Not so much these countries, mind. The auto industry is a great example of American decline. Now those are some colors. The dark blue is the United States, of course. Remember, it was all for shareholder profits. Bit of a dip. Yeah, a bit of a dip. Good t-shirt design. This would look really good on a t-shirt. You're not wrong. Yeah. These colors, this graph, no letters or numbers, of course. I just don't understand why these corpos would rather lock in on oil for 10 years and be rich on an unlivable planet rather than switch gears and be rich for 50 years insanity. Well, most of them aren't going to live for 50 years. Also, a lot of them believe that the end times are inevitable. Generally speaking, these megalomaniacs don't really believe in society. They don't believe in social change. They think that the world is a terrible place and God put them where they are because they were meant to rise above all others. Just look at the behavior of monarchs in previous eras, you know? You can't expect rational, self-serving behavior from egomaniacs surrounded by yes-men. They're literally not like us. Their brains work differently. At birth, they might have been the same as us, at least like in a template level, but their minds have been reinforced day in and day out by a borderline apocalyptic vision of the world. It just doesn't work the way that it doesn't work the way that arts do, you know? They're insane. Also, a lot of social inertia behind sticking to your guns, you know? Literally look at the ruling class. Look at, like, every ruling class ever, basically. Do they not want to even have expensive nature trips, man? Do you think Elon Musk gives a single shit about the beauty of the natural world? Seriously. Do you really, truly believe that? The only natural world they're interested in is the parts you can't access. These people don't go to natural parks. They're for poor people. National parks. They're only interested in beauty you can't afford. Like the beauty of Little St. James. I think I'm going to play some RE9. I'm glad this dehumanizing contempt for the ruling class is being slowly normalized. Me too. It's worth remembering, and you've heard it a million times before, but you have more in common with the working class of literally any country on Earth than you do with any member of the ruling oligarchy. Once you got past very basic, superficial distinctions, like you speak different languages. I mean, admittedly, you do speak different languages. That's a tough one for sure. But in terms of your fundamental values, beliefs, and hopes for the world, you have more in common with them than you would with any of these oligarchs. The mind of an oligarch, if you could view into it, would send you into a depressive spiral. There really is nothing there. They are evil and they are empty. They are not like us. Boop-a-doop. I'll read donations after I'm done. Normally, I'd give you guys a recap on where we are, but honestly, this is quite gripping. So if you haven't seen it, you might want to just go back to the previous stream and or segment of the Vigi games and go on and peep that, you know? Just watch the damn thing. Sweet. Let me go take a piss real quick. Then I'll play. Alright. Oh, hear that computer billow with all that damn cat hair content. Alright, Grace. Grace and something just fell on the ground. Grace was taken captive while investigating the Renwood Hotel, having broken free of her restraints, but she should now find a way out of Sinister Building. Okay. Right, spooky and something just fell to the ground. Spooky and something just fell to the ground. We're getting back in the zone. We're in the zone. We're going to lower the lights. Come on. Turn the volume up in your PC, pussy. It's actually pretty high right now. I'll have you know. Need a tool to open it. Can't I just break the glass? We're trying to replace a fuse in another part of this, this hotel. Isn't it 2 p.m. there? Yeah, like your sleeping schedule's well regulated. No tools in here. It would probably be to my benefit to keep things dark, no? I mean, it's not like we're getting out of this without being chased at some point. Me too, Grace. Harriet Jones Shadow Ghost. Turn page. Have you seen the shadow ghost hiding the... Ah, fuck ass. Horror game, children novel. Yeah. Have you seen the shadow ghost staying from the light? Have you seen the shadow ghost because she's been watching you? Stay in the light. Okay, well, my guess was incorrect. It seems we do not want to stay in the dark then. All right, well, I'll take the lesson. Cool. So I'm guessing if I hadn't turned that off, the light would have gone out. Yeah, fuck ass scary, goddamn. All right. Bank up your goofs before we get back to playing Leon. I've moved some items out of the closet. The screwdriver is now inside the toolbox in the nurse's station. The sewing kit is text blurred and illegible. Toolbox in the nurse's station. Okay. In the nurse's station. Well, the nurse's station would not be... Okay, this is the fuse box we can't progress past. Room 203. So the nurse's station must be this way, the place we couldn't go to before because it was so dark. This shit sucks, man. Fuck off. Prep room. That's not the nurse's station. Guy! Oh, dead? Oh, no. Not big. Sorry, I thought you were a zombie. Nah, it's all good. It's not alive. Nah, he's dead. Really? You're curious about whether...
Dead.
Oh. Really? We're gonna touch him?
Infected.
Really? Oh. Wow, you're fucking huge. Hi. So we're dead, I guess? It's over? We're like right here. Yeah. Light, room 203, room 201 is the safe room. Oh. Is this as fast as you can run? Light. Is that not, that's the safe room? It's not safe anymore? It's not safe anymore. Close door F?
What the hell was that thing?
Can I close doors, like, generally? Or is that, like, a cutscene specific thing? You have a lighter? You're right, I should have lit her on fire. Alright, well, that sucked. I guess I have to go back there, because I still don't have the screwdriver. That or here. It's okay. The tension flowchart of games dictates that we not be jump scared for a little while, so we're kind of free to roam. Well, we're keeping that shit on. Dude, look at the difference between a walk and a run. Walk, run. Grace, you need to practice your cardio. You can close the doors? I don't know how to close. I don't see like a closed door.
Oh my god.
Green herb. Fully restores your health.
This looks important. Maybe.
Grace, it's literally a green herb. Oh, we're in the nurse station. Nice. Useful. Oh, we're introducing the mechanic of drawing increasing attention to the hide.
This way, not this way, not this way.
Hide. 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 Any hiders? This isn't hiding. This is not... Oh my god. Hiders? Any hiders? Wait, but she fears the dark. I don't know about this one, chat. What are you doing, man? I don't know. We're like so fucked. Yep. All right. Yeah. No, I don't. Oh my god. Yep. No, I don't really think. Yep. We lived through that, but I don't think we're gonna. We're literally corner camped. We actually can't. Okay. Made of magic. Made of magic. You hate to see it when they're made of magic, you know? Okay. I can't make it through this door because it's being blocked. I can still move this cart, which suggests a degree of necessary interactivity. I really don't think hiding in the dark is going to... Yep, nope, that's not the solution to the problem. Okay, let's see if we can hide in the dark, because before I, like, sprinted. We're gonna do the Amnesia Dark Descent bit. Okay? We're doing Amnesia Dark Descent. We're looking in the corner. It's fine. Amnesia Dark Descent strat always works, baby. Always works. 10 out of 10. Green herb. Oh, it's an actual green herb.
Can't hurt to pick some, I guess.
Darn tootin'. Okay, we need to be able to unblock this. What more can I do with this cart? What the hell? That's a stupid place to put. Need something to step on. Can I move this in all directions? I can. Okay, cool. Yeah, right. Oh, whoops. Anything behind? A latch.
Yes.
I would really like to be able to open this door. Like, really, really like to open it, because otherwise this whole area is a fucking... Fuck off. At least our enemy is, unsubtle. Right? You know, beware the shadow creature, but then it's like a hulking 12-foot-tall woman. Oh, there goes the door. No, yep. Thank you for opening it for me. Now we have a loop. Is she still out here? Oh my god! Grace, you really have to pick up your... Fuck off. Well. Tried to use this place too many times, huh? Yeah, we're not turning that light back on. Get the fuse. How'd you bandage yourself that quick? Oh, hi. We got back in first person real quick, huh? Take a right? Right? Riders? Any riders? Right? Hi, horse. Ah, obviously, the slow get... Nice! Light! Oh, fuck, it's not a one hit. Grace. Oof. Grace? Oh, okay, I guess we're just dead. All right, Leon. It's all on you now. Permanent back pain? At least she didn't hit the back of her head. It's a bit of a try-hard look, in my opinion, but it's Capcom's. It's Capcom, so, like, it's not like it's a serious company, you know? That being said, the coat did look better in RE4. Oh, alright. Not even gonna knock. How did we know to come here? I guess we got a lead on that creepy fella.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Dr. Gideon has been expecting you.
Shoot her.
Funny. I don't remember getting an invitation.
Well, he's waiting for you.
Shoot her.
Can't have that, can we?
Follow me, please.
Shoot evil 1950s nurse orderly. Haven't you seen One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? Shoot her immediately.
So how long have you worked for, Dr. Gideon?
Not long. I just recently joined the team.
I can't draw.
I care for quite a few long-term patients.
It won't let me draw. Oh my god, he's got the damn... Nice.
All undergoing experimental therapies developed by Dr. Gideon.
I'm trying to draw.
Experimental therapies.
Yes. It's all very cutting edge.
Oh yeah, I bet.
The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Oh, I bet it does.
Leon, you know what this is, right? Like, you clearly know.
Please, wait here.
Do we have, like, Chris Redfield outside ready to drop a tactical nuclear warhead on the facility? Uh-huh. Yep. The fucking code wing.
Initiate emergency protocols.
Leon, draw your weapon.
Mr. Kennedy, we need to leave immediately.
What's going on?
I don't know what's happening. Some kind of mass hysteria. The hospital is on lockdown.
Leon.
Doctor.
Oh. Leon. Okay, unironically, this is on Leon. That her death is on Leon there. How did he not...
I think I want a second opinion.
Are you not taking this seriously? Oh. Parry space when the enemy attacks. Damn, that missed. There we go. Oh! Oh! Thought I got him. 10 a.m. Whoa! You can pick that up? They're evolving. What are you? They might not be evolving. Oh. Whoa! Oh my god! Okay, that's cool as hell. I can pick it up?
Nice.
That thing is, oh, fuck. Reposition. Reposition. Fuck. E sharpen. Oh my god, are we playing Monster Hunter? What? I didn't say sharpen. We really are playing Monster Hunter World. Alright. Clearly don't have a handle on these controls just yet, but we'll get there. Okay, so I have to complete the sharpening. It's not like an incremental thing. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay. Get out of the room. Well, I mean, yeah. So the chainsaw is just like a permanent fucking doom weapon? All right. Sure, sure. Leon, there had to be an easier way to open that. You'll cut yourself. Well, don't want to miss anything. Okay, that's clearly the... Nice. I hope the game doesn't incentivize me to carry this around with me the whole time, like as a permanent weapon buff or whatever. It's got to break at some point, right? It's just too strong. It's also kind of loud. Alright, I don't think we're missing anything right now. Up, up, up. Closed over there. Okay. In this economy? Sick. Okay. I wonder if that's why it stuck around for so long. You know, kind of like a set piece opener. I'll take it, I'll take it. Alright, bucko's not gonna do anything spooky, are ya? Doing a damn jig. How much ammunition do we have? 43? 43 shots? Okay.
That bastard did it again. How are things on your end?
I just hacked into the center's network.
Good. Good. Can you find me the floor plan?
I'll see what I can do.
Well, in the meantime, I'll try to track him down.
Keep me posted.
Will do.
What a terrible world to live in. It's like when you're reading the Chainsaw Man manga and they just casually drop the fact that like half of all people who died of devil attacks, and it's like, okay, I guess this really is like a real feature of the world. They're taking it seriously, you know? In the Resident Evil universe, 1/2 of all people die to zombie outbreaks. Well, this looks like a safe room. If such a thing existed. Capcom reads it or writers? Nah, they know what they are. They know what they are. Hmm?
Come on, come on!
Oh! Yo! Hi!
Hey, over here.
I don't think I have that much more Requiem ammunition, but okay, glad to know she can die.
You okay?
Yeah. Thanks.
Leon Kennedy, DSO.
CSO. I'm Grace. Ashcroft. FBI.
Yeah, I can tell.
FBI. What are you doing here?
Someone kidnapped me.
Victor Gideon.
I don't know.
Well, we should leave.
Oh. You really put 12-foot tall metal gates in the seam between every door and window?
What does Victor want with you?
What?
Grace.
What do you mean?
He grabbed you for a reason.
Oh, shit.
Wait, you're DSO. That's the counter bioterrorism agency, right?
Take this.
And what, break her wrist?
He might need it. Now go.
Jesus Christ.
Get out of here.
That's awesome. It's like he knew that she was carrying a little 32 special before.
She won't get away, you know.
Hi, Aura. Aura.
Dr. Gideon.
It's so nice to finally meet you, Leon.
You need to be Gideon maxing at parties. If you're a pasty white boy, you need to be Gideon maxing at parties. Better than Jester maxing.
Why don't we have a little talk?
Oh yeah, I forgot he's like 9 feet tall.
Too slow.
Yeah. Too white.
I see you're exhibiting symptoms too. Umbrella's curse.
A big part of RE games is the antagonist letting you live like 8 times. It's like fucking James Bond, you know? You need the parlor scene. Okay, we're playing as Grace Ashcroft. We have a gigantic gun.
I'll be fine. I hope.
At least it's well lit here. Okay, super good opening in getting them to meet. Honestly, I was so gripped by Leon's section, I forgot that we were looking into the same area where Grace was a second ago. Also, I love the fact that Leon was able to kill the Shadow Mother creature thing. I thought that was cool. I like the fact that it's established that they're not this, like, invulnerable threat, but it is something that you can deal with if you have a, you know, large enough caliber. And also I like the fact that the range of weapons we have as Grace right now is hand cannon and glass bottle. You know? There's a lot of stuff being done here that I think is good. Though she could benefit from a larger inventory, I think. DSO issued large assault revolver that uses 12.7 by 55 millimeter rounds. Yeah. Sure. We'll heal at some point, but not right now. I'm not feeling it right now. You get me. Real ones know. Three indentations with the words moon, sun, and star. Fucking Resident Evil, man.
This looks like it leads outside.
Hey, with that gun, you got 1 bullet. Couldn't you, fire at the lock? Pretty sure that would knock the door down. Lock from the other side. Okay, okay. Can't open this from here. Green herb, that's great. Do these stack? No, they don't. Okay, okay. Alright. So, can't go that way, can't go down 1. Alright, well that limits our options a little bit. Shouldn't you take an herb? Real ones, no. A list of patients. Can I read it? No? Okay. I want to know if my name is there. Figured. East Wing Hospital wards need a card. Okay, we're establishing all the myriad bullshit I'm gonna have to get through to advance in this place. Oh, a door that opens. How novel. Antique coin. Games in the parlor. Storage? Limit to how many items you can carry around, so if you don't want to leave anything behind, store items you don't need in the item box. Well, I'll put an antique coin in there, since I'll only need that in the parlor. And, you know what? Just so we don't have to listen to her wheezing, I'll take one green herb right now. I'll eat it. Nah. I almost gave in to peer pressure. Folders marked with recent dates. We're gonna wait till we find a red or a yellow herb. I know how this game works. Don't at me. Human circulatory system. Yep. Yeah, that's about right, I think. Transforming lives through medicine. Chairman Michael Bennett, Anthony Richardson, Security Luke Clark. Dignity of the moon, trust of the sun, serenity of the stars, we are partners. Ah, okay, that explains the door. Pretentious corpo bullshit. Okay. Why does he look so cunty in that pic? Because he's literally Gideon maxing.
Oh, God.
Huh. Another fucking psychic girl. You have one bullet in the Requiem. Fire in.
What on earth? Who's there?
Blind? Yeah, blind. Okay, I see. Listen, either shoot or make friends.
Someone there.
You have to, it's kindness or instant death.
Oh, I'm sorry if I surprised you.
Kindness?
Cataracts. You can't see, can you? Who are you?
Maybe she's not psychic.
Was there someone in the other cell?
The one with the hole in it?
Why are you in there? Everyone's gone.
You should try to, like, comfort her or something. Oh.
Are you alright?
Get away!
Careful.
No.
He could turn, like, at any second.
No.
Grace, step away from the... Grace. Well, he doesn't look infected. Flashlight, please. There's a flashlight right there. Grace.
I'm sorry. What is happening here?
Yeah, steal his wallet, too. Dramatic. Maybe I'm a different kind of guy, but... Oh, Jeff Gary, security officer? Maybe I'm a different kind of guy, but, if I got a key card, I'd wipe the blood off it, because, like, this is icky, you know? Can we make friends with her? She's obviously going to be important later. She's got your hair. She's like your clone or something. I don't know. I've played video games. Level 3 security lock. That's a lot of security for a fucking blind girl. Gouged by something sharp. Okay. And, giblets? Fuck yes. We found the world's worst flashlight. The only man on Earth using a goddamn halogen man's using a fucking Edison bulb. 1.0 lumens in here. Haven't you heard of LEDs, man? Come on. They're better for the environment. Okay, so the patient in this one was also a tiny evil girl. Maybe this was the evil one, this was the good one? Because, like, look at the size of that hole. And there's, like, a doll here? Okay. What the fuck? It's just the door. I shoulder checked the door. Okay. I'm setting 2 green herbs away because I'm gonna wait till I find a yellow or red one to combine it with. Something on the whiteboard? Oh, good point. Medication room. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to pass this point. In case of irregularities, contact the lead researcher immediately. In emergencies... Oh, that's when you died? Right there? In emergencies? Fuck you, game. The Shadow Demon's one weakness is... Oh! Zanzibar! Yeah, okay. Just making sure. Girl, be quiet. Well, she is on danger health, in fairness. Left or right? There's one of these. Ding dong. Oh, cool. Oh, there's some light. Okay, okay. Maybe 1.5 lumens. You gonna run around moaning all day? Until we can optimize our health resource usage? Yes. Something could fail. We need a giant ruby or something. Big gemstone. Cool. Cool. Okay. Zombie chef. Classic archetype. Security level 1. Yeah, Grace, you need to shut the fuck up for a second, okay? Layout of the room. Kitchen. Okay, no way through except out. I go there. Okay. We can throw a bottle to distract. Like so. He's in the corner, like, here, I think? Which way we're facing? Yeah, he's got to be right here. And he's facing this way, so if we walk here, he'll probably see us. Also, knowing this game, this door is probably locked. Is there another door? Next is what? Fucking knew it. Okay. Cart's blocking the way. Cart's blocking the way. So what? We push it forward and then go out, or backwards and out so it's not blocking us? Shit. What's the best? It's gonna make noise. Remember last time we pulled the cart, she knocked off 2 things. 2 things from the top of the cart. Wait, next. What's next? Oh, on the cart. Wrong because the item was on the cart that he wanted to hit, or the cart was in the way? Oh, you didn't even move. Okay, so not every next means he's gonna move. That's not very helpful. Okay, let's observe the pattern, okay? I think pulling it back is better than pushing it forward. Maybe I'm wrong. I think that was wrong, but I want to see what he does next. I thought I would have more room to move it back there. Let me see what he does. Or is this the next where he doesn't move? Okay, he alternates. One next goes back to the pot, and then the next stays here. So wait for the next, and then he'll go here. So what would happen if we pushed it all the way back here? I feel like I wouldn't be able to move through here. Maybe we have to go around like this? Oh, fuck. I think that's what we have to do. I think we have to go here, wait for him to chop, chop, chop here. He goes down like this to plunge his fist into the soup, and that's when we go around. I don't even know if I can, like, hide here. And he shouldn't move here. Is there value to going in this corner? Go around? feel like there might be more in there we could get in the future, but... Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. If I walk back into the previous... Wait, hold on. What's in this direction? Okay, hold on. Oh my god. This place sucks. Makeshift knife. Cool. Can be used to fight off enemies when grabbed. Sure. Okay, need a key. Okay, let's figure out what the deal is in this bathroom. Then we'll solve the light zombie puzzle. Restroom. Well, there's no way we can get past her. She steps back. She recoils from her appearance. There's a green herb back there. Okay, she's cleaning multiple things. Cool. Okay. Is it a simple back and forth? No, it's not. Is she doing something else in there? Fuck, I'm too scared to look forward. Okay, there we go. It is a simple back and forth, I think. Is there a way to check the stalls? I get it. Okay. Nice bathroom. Okay, hold on. Oh, I can close. There's just no prompt. Well, we don't want to flush. Oh, fuck. Fuck. We fucked it up. I thought I could close the door because it opened, blocked me, but it wouldn't close because I was in the way and I panicked on time. Door stuck. Good thing the mirrors are dirty, huh? Oh. It's filled with blood. Is that what I came back here for? Is there nothing in the stalls? That would be interesting. Okay. I'm surprised there's nothing back here. It makes me wonder if I missed something. Ah, but the map's not marking anything. The map usually marks something if you're missing something. That's fine. Crazy how Leon could just, like, roundhouse kick his way through this. Okay. So you're turning off the lights. You're turning off the lights. We go forward and then left? Okay. So if we... Okay, forward. You're pawing at that light. So we go there. We wait here? Whoa. Is that a different pot? Or did he move the pot? I think he pushed the pot all the way down. There wasn't a different pot there, right? I want to observe his behavior after I turn this light on. Okay, yeah, that's about what I expected, I suppose. Will he stay here now? Okay, I think he's distracted. He wasn't distracted! We were on one tap. We might have misread his behavior a little bit there, lads. She'll be okay? You think so? Maybe now we play as Leon and we come in and save. Okay, I'll take a recovery item. Honestly, fine. Well, we'll get back to where we were much faster the second time, of course. Wait. Okay. Oh wait, interact so it shows up in the map, probably? Yeah, okay. Interact so it shows up on the map. Very important. Does it show up in the map without interacting? Yes, it does. Okay. We do this again real quick. Brr. Check. Interact. Interact with the map. Yeah, okay, so we do push it down this way? You are so slow. Slowest? Didn't plunge his hands in this time. He shouldn't turn around?
Gotta hide.
It worked out, in spite of everything. Excellent. Okay. Check this, check that. I think that was everything in here. Okay. Nice. Cool. All right. Back to where we were. Okay, so if we turn on the light here and try to walk past him, that shit do not work. So I'm guessing that we have to dip back into the kitchen to come in at the right time? No other real way past him, right? Even if you do that, you still kind of have to, like, slip right behind him. Like, right behind him. You still have to go right behind him. Is there a different light you could daisy chain him over to? Could you... Is there a light over here that I could pull him over to? No switch. Yes, there is. Okay, okay. So we pull him over to this one, and we hide here. I see. Okay. Confirming the plan. Turn this one off. Wait. He turns it off. Go here. Turn this one off. Slip around. I think that's right. I don't know how that could be wrong. Or do we wait in the restroom? Or here? No, we can't wait here because then we have to run past him to get there. I don't know how quickly he'll move from here to here. Best not to risk it. We'll stay here. Yeah, he moves pretty quick, actually. Yeah, this gives us room to maneuver. Notice she's not that much quieter, even though we have healed her with a green herb. All right, we're looking good. Another green herb. Okay, we can now do a big loop-de-loop. Don't have to go back through the kitchen. Man, you missed a light. It's always some shit. Opera zombie? Dining room with a B934. Okay. Yep, opera zombie. No mind. That is an old pistol. I have no ammunition for it. Is now the time to finally use a bottle? What would a bottle do? If I threw it over here, could I make my way around? Can't she see me? Alright, well fuck that bottle. Oh. Oh boy. There's no way you still see me, right? You have a weapon? I think he sees me. Oh my god. I guess I could just throw the bottle directly at them. I assumed it was kind of a distraction weapon, but it hadn't occurred to me I might just throw it at them. What kind of plan was that? Don't worry about it. I guess the opera singer is also blind. Anything over here? Fuck ass. Residents. Evil residents. Another makeshift knife. Only got so much room. Two bullets. Filing room. Bleach. In case I need an enema. Antique coin, and we're out of inventory space. Great. I suppose we could reload. Okay. Oh, yeah. I guess that would make noise, wouldn't it? We're gonna have to carefully decide which enemies we actually want to dispatch with. This feels like the kind of enemy we would actually want to kill. You know? Maybe if I can get him from behind. Ideally, I would just use a shank. Ah! Okay, well, surely that must have accomplished something. 1 damage, yeah. Those were all strong hits, too, like full stabs. I'm assuming, perhaps incorrectly, that you cannot vault. Incorrectly? Yep. Okay, well. Maybe we could stab him while he's vulnerable from the fall? That seems like a good strategy to me. Alright, bucko. This is how you die twice. Oh, that was kind of an active vault, you know? Nice. That was a very active vault. I mean, he launched himself there. I think if I had been directly in his way, that would have been an attack against me. Gotta keep that in mind. Alright, you got your first, like, real solo kill. Well done, Grace. Laundry, gigantic-ass fucking submarine door. Yeah, I figured as much. Yep. Nah, Thana, not highest. We're doing it on modern difficulty. I figured that having limited saves wouldn't be good for stream, because if I have to end, like, quickly, I don't want to do that against a limited save resource. I play this game on my own, though. I mean, I'm having a fuckload of fun. Resident Evil games are rarely that scary, because they're still pretty committed to being, you know, yeah, silly. Okay, and where am I on the second floor right now? Right there? Okay. Neat. Opera singer? She's got guards. Oh, she's got, like, multiple... Okay, hold on. There's a lot going on over there. Let's, Of course. Okay. What's her movement pattern? Back and forth? Okay, easy enough. Back and forth across here, overlooking the dining room. Right? So she's going to run back and forth, and then there's another one hovering around here. There's probably, like, a bunch of loot in here. It is a bar and lounge, after all. Kind of like a loot-heavy area, IRL, if you're looking to get slammed. In either sense of the word. Okay. Menacing musical note. Gonna make me take a step back. Musical note successful in causing me to reconsider my current plan of action. I feel like I probably don't want to kill her at any point because she's distracting the other guys. Okay, I can hit the piano key if I really want to. I'll come back here, don't worry. Once I make my way around, I'll open up the pathway through the kitchenette. It'll make this a little safer. Door is warped and won't open. Then why can I... Fucking loud, man. Gallery. Gallery also overlooks the dining hall. Right. Sick. Scale model of the care center. The ritzy-ass care center. Love, love, love to enter a building and see a little architect scale model of it in the lobby or whatever. Can we open? I have to get the hell out of here, but the whole building's locked down. I'll need to ask the chairman to get his quartz for me. I just heard another scream. My colleagues are killing each other. What the fuck is going on? This is written like 5 minutes ago? I mean, Leon just got here. No inventory space. Do I want to combine 3 green herbs into a mega herb? I think I do. Utilizing a hip pouch to increase your... Okay, we'll find a hip pouch at some point, I suppose. Okay, we have enough to combine into one... Alright, I mean... Don't hurt. Chairman's office. Well, we need to get the quartz from the chairman. Hello, my love, who opens the door while I play a spooky game. What's up? Find what? To the store? Yes. Hello, Bagheera. You're spooky because you're a black cat. That means you're bad luck. Not to us. Not to us. Ooh. Abu. Abu. Ooh. We love you. We love you. The peeps. The peeps. The peeps. Mm. You mind if I go a little later, though? Gotcha. I love you. More stream today, fellas. Oh, there was handgun ammo, though. I missed that. Hold on. That's why you gotta check the map often. I will say, loving this game, gonna offer a bit of criticism. I've noticed it's becoming more and more of a trend in games where there's always a reason to open the map. Like, maybe it's because of UI minimalism, where they want to reduce how much shit is on your screen during normal gameplay, but it's like optimal to keep checking the map, you know? So I feel like... Unicorn trinket box. I'm a genius. Wow, it really was a red ruby. Or gemstone. I guess because it's a key item, it doesn't go in the regular inventory? Key item? Crafting? Yeah, key items don't count. Not Signalis, then. There are indents from writing. So I need, like, charcoal? Oh, no, wait, the red jewel's right here. What about the antique box, then? Chairman's office, torn journal. Is there a fella in here? Okay. Loud as fuck. Alright, we'll figure that out later.
What is this?
The new hire showed promise at the dinner meeting last month. Have his clearance bumped up a level and get him set up to work on the project. Send the current researcher for processing while you're at it. Processing. Processing. Front shots?
You're fired.
Oh. That's unfortunate. Do I risk going into the bar and lounge for the loop-de-loop? Or do I go into the gallery? I think he would follow me into the gallery. I think I have to go past. Okay, well, it looks like we haven't been followed all the way back here, which is nice. Grace, you're such a fucking idiot. Jesus Christ, Grace, really? Bleh. Classic zombie noise. Pencil. Okay, pencil, charcoal, torn journal. Torn journal will give us the clue that we need to use the puzzle box. Puzzle box will then open and produce a... I'm gonna guess simple key. Non-essential item. That's my guess. Check down here real quick. Fuck. Fuck me. I think we made a mistake in coming here. Alright, buddy. Okay, you know what, Grace? The lunge, the stab, the push, the take her while she's down? Honestly? I'm glad I took her out because she was blocking like a vital passageway. You wanna take out the zombies that are blocking pathways that you need to get through, not ones that are in like the corner of rooms or whatever. So I don't know which one this guy is yet. He might be on a patrol route. I'm not sure. Back and forth. I think I attracted it with the sound of the door opening. Well. Oh! Alright, bucko. You just made the worst mistake of your life. All right. So far, resource economy, I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, no, sir, you're fired. Yep, no, it's true. You can use a flashlight, finally. Christ. Yeah, if it was Dead Space, we would just stomp and stomp and stomp. I don't know how many times Grace feels the need to indicate to me, the omnipotent being controlling her, that she's interested in observing the giblets on the ground. It's like the same giblets model, too. Like, Grace Ashcroft, you are in a horror movie right now. We get it, you know? I suspect that we'll receive a visit from the DSO shortly. That's Leon. I want you to enact Code 6 at 23:30. I've achieved my goal and no longer have any need for this place. Okay, so this is Victor Von Creepo, or whatever his name is, pulling the cord. Gideon, that's right. Pulling the cord on this this residence. This evil, evil residence. Okay. Oh. Moon, sun, star, moon. Okay. Moon, sun, star, moon. Wait, will it not let me leave until I, like, fully block it in? Okay, I had to fully block it in. Thank you. Thank you, game. Feel like... Okay. Moon, sun, star, moon. No retards left behind. Moon, sun, star, moon. Moon, sun, star, moon. Moon, sun, star, moon. I'm talking like I got a level 5 question correct on the PIAAC or whatever it's called. You know? Moon, star, sun, moon. It really got to you, didn't it? It did hurt a little bit, yeah. Why did I do moon, star, sun, moon while saying moon, sun, star, moon? Why did I do that? Level 2 streamer? Don't do me like that. Moon quartz. Key item? Key item. Nice. Or wait, I guess I don't have the pencil anymore. Yeah, not key item. Well, yes, key item, but, you know. Right there on that third monitor where you belong, buddy. Ah! Can't even be level 4, huh? Okay. Alright, man. It's the woman. So is this specific to her, or does that mean none of them stay down for long? I think it means none of them stay down for long. Fuck. Okay, we're gonna loop around the gallery to get past her. We're not gonna fight her again. Out into the central... I don't want the answer. Out into the central hall. We can't get in through here yet. We'll probably loop back into here once we go back down to the central office. Okay, we loop around the gallery. Only Leon can permakill. I hate this place. Yeah, yeah.
This place. What if I can't get out?
Can we put one of the gems in here? Moon quartz? Yeah, okay. Now we need to loop back around and use the red jewel.
Perfect fit.
So the red jewel, where was that again? Red jewel. Where did I... Don't tell me, chat. Don't tell me. Door within den. It was right here. So out, down, down, here. Okay, into the parlor. Spooky ass name, parlor, you know? Parlor. Pantry door, security, point 1. Well, let's save first.
Yes, I need 2 more.
We do have some ammunition. That's good. You know, in a way, knowing we can't permanently kill the zombies, or maybe, like, it's not reliable killing them, does make me feel a little bit better about resource usage, if that makes any sense. Because it's like, you're never really choosing to exhaust the resources to kill them. You should just, like, knock them down, then run away. It means the range of potential outcomes is more slight. What can we put away? We'll put away the coins. Do we really need to keep the Requiem with us right now? Probably not. I'm gonna guess that the Requiem will be useful for fighting off those shadow demon things, but for now, I'm gonna store it. Chat, don't argue with me. We have a basically useless makeshift knife. I'll keep the mixed herbs on me because I'm a bitch. Or will I? No, I won't, because I'm not gonna get hit. Because I'm not gonna get hit. We'll come back for the Requiem, don't you worry. Out and around. Was that open before? Yes. Oh.
Shit.
Come on, man. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. Fuck off. You're the chef, man. I know he's not going to come in here because this room, it'd be, for one, it's too well lit, and for two, it'd be way too easy to get around any zombies and turn the game into a joke by just running up and down this area. Any area with a loop is an area that you're designed to be able to use to circumvent the movement of a zombie. So, for now at least, this place is safe. I could also go around this way, like through the kitchen out and around, if he's permanently blocking. Let's see what he does. He's on the right side. Okay. We'll wait for him to pass by then. While he's walking over to the right, we'll run past. Though this will kind of trap us in there. I don't want to fight the chef. He's got a larger model than the other zombies. I'm going to assume he's not easy to take down. That's how it works in real life as well. That's why the first lesson every young man learns from his father is that if you want to get into a bar fight, don't. But if you have to, don't do it with a fat guy.
Weird. How do people normally get in here?
That is a good question. Antique coin. Oh, is this where we use the coins? Ah, it is. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Something bad gonna happen when this doesn't land on green. Okay, it was not a magical trapped roulette wheel. That's good, that's good. Why? Why? Okay. Okay. So,
Oh, sorry about this.
you are a very sensitive young woman, Grace. How old do you think she is? Like early 20s? I keep wanting to call her kid. I mean, she's technically younger than me, but she is an adult. But oh my god, she's such a baby. No hate, but like, you know. Bro, what? She looks late 20s? Does she? Maybe her, like, behavior is de-aging her in my mind. Okay, what do we have? Yellow herb increases maximum health. User manual for a blood collection device. Curious about that. Okay. That costs 6 coins. Yeah, no, me too, girl. Four, 3. Okay. Literally nothing beats extra inventory space, right? Like, that's not... It's... In a game like this, that's impossible to beat. So I'm gonna go back to the chest and get the antique coins that I have in there. And then I really want to know what's up with this. Blood Collector M1500. That is interesting. Well, okay. Nah, cool. He's to our left. We could go around. Like, the kitchen should be safe now. We can just walk around. I don't feel good about it either, chat. Yeah, around and around. Fuck, he's back here. Okay. Same behavior from them both. That's fine. Signalis was such a good game. I was thinking about this the other day, but I feel like a lot of inept right-wing gesturing at male oppression, like oppression of men, really fails to miss the mark. But if there was an accurate mark you could really point to, in my opinion, it would be a sympathy crisis. Men are not sympathetic. It is, like, in fiction, you can produce sympathetic men, but in reality, men just do not elicit sympathy in the same way. I mean, literally the distinction between men and women and children. We tend to assume that women's motives are more noble, and there's a lot of misogyny in that, right? The idea women's intentions are pure or whatever else. Hold on. I'm not suggesting that it's all like a 100%, 0% thing. But it does chafe me a little bit, I guess, where like men are disposable. It's not really about disposability, though. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm trying to think of, like... Dog. Like the boys don't cry sort of thing? No, not necessarily. I think it's more that, like, how do I put this? To boil it down to the simplest possible point, I think that there are a lot of... You see this a lot in drawings, like comic artists or whatever. Not comics like superhero comics, but like manga or whatever else, where a man will be doing something and instantly you dislike them, but if a woman was doing it, you would find her sympathetic or be like, oh, that's so me. And I think that's because it's easier to kind of write off their intentions. Like, you see this a lot where, like, a woman will do something problematic or bad or morally wrong, and with no other context, you are more driven to sympathize with her because you imagine that she's doing this against some kind of social undercurrent. Whereas if it was a man, you would assume it was, like, chud behavior, if that makes any sense. Men are viewed as having complete agency. I think that's it, yeah. Because men are viewed as having near total agency, that often means that when they do something questionable, you assume that they're shouldering the moral responsibility of everything they're doing that's bad. Whereas if a woman is shown as doing something bad, you imagine it as a kind of rebuking of a preset expectation, right? I think a good way of understanding this is that in fiction, like, you see women in matriarchal societies, but they are not treated anywhere near the way we would treat a man in a comparable position. Like the way they treat, like, drow women or whatever. It's fiction griping, but there's a, you know, there's a... It was 3 for the pouch, right? I'm only gonna bring as much as I need. It was 3 for the pouch, right? Three? Okay. 3. It was 3 for the pouch. 4? No, I'm pretty sure it was 3. Part of it might be it's just refreshing to see the other side. I think it chafes me a little bit because I often imagine myself as being sort of narrated over. I mean, I'm a public figure, so a lot of when I do something on stream or off stream, sometimes I think, like, how does this fit into the viewed narrative of my life? You know what I mean? I don't think people are watching me, but, like, in a constructed sense, right? If you imagined this was a kind of narrative experience, would this be noble? Would this be good? You know what I mean? Am I doing a good job? And I think that the calculus really changes between men and women. Oh shit, we have to wait for another cycle. Nah, men just don't get taken seriously when they have issues, I'm sorry. No, I agree with that. I just don't think that male disposability is the right... I don't know, that term feels like it's striking a little far from center. But I understand the underlying sentiment, you know? IMO men and women are way more similar than anyone gives us credit. They're like... basically the same, for real, for real. No cap. Fuck you, Music Sting. Chef's really milking his mandated break? No kidding. Get back to work, man. Dramatic. One at a time. Two slots to your inventory? Easily worth it. Easily worth it. Absolutely. Plus 25% inventory space? I would have paid more for that. Alright, now let's wait for him to leave and then we'll go into the separate wing. I was comfortable making a break for it without knowing whether he was facing me because I knew that I'd be able to run out into the central hall. Let's save and then continue. Do you believe in the concept of a gaydar? I mean, especially nowadays, a lot of gay men aren't really trying to hide, so it's not like, you know. Man, 3 locked things and not a single lockpick found yet. Of course it is. Of course it fucking is. Ah, man. This is ray tracing, right? Ray tracing is what produces these shadows? Or is that different? No, wait. It's... Subsurface scattering is when it's shadows cast by objects on themselves. I don't know. Ray tracing is like a way of doing that. Ambient occlusion? No, I think ambient occlusion is like a way of describing how light diffuses after hitting an object. Like kind of creating a glow or a general lighting effect rather than a sharp light. I was about to say well-lit room like a compliment. Examination room. Man, she is gagging on it back there. You've gotten every one of these terms wrong, Lamau. I just like tossing you guys freebies from time to time so you can feel smart.
The liver is more marvelous than the brain.
Why would I want to... Under the shackle. Under the shackle, huh? A body with organs removed. Sure.
Oh, God.
Safe, organless corpse.
I can be heard from them small and pested.
I have a question after that talk you had yesterday about homosexuality. Are you gay or was I misinterpreting? I'm pan, which means bi except millennial. So I'm not gay in the sense that I don't like women. Hemolytic injector, a special drug that destroys infected blood cells. That seems fucking useful. Prevents corpses from mutating and can be used to stealthily take out enemies. Ah. It's just the anti-zombie bomb. Ka-dunk, you know? Prevents corpses from mutating. That makes me wonder if I shouldn't use it on this guy, but should rather save it for like a future high-level enemy that when you knock it down once, it like gets back up with an extra dick on its face or something. It means straight, but is vocally open to touch people that present as women but identify as non-binary. Okay, buddy! Jesus Christ, you can't say shit anymore, man. If you're bi and you're a woman, they're like, great, where's your boyfriend? If you're bi and you're a guy, they're like, great, where's the fucking drawing of a femboy that you've jerked off to that makes you think you're bi? I fucked men with chest hair and penises. Not that that should make a difference, because some guys got pussies. You can't say shit anymore. Oh. Okay, so this is like a perma-kill item then.
Empty.
Well, the game clearly wants me to use it right now, so... You bring up the rugby guy like he's your one black friend. Shows what you know, the rugby guy didn't have chair in his chest. He was just fucking massive.
Cranium is not the
Oh. Oh, yeah.
That's too effective.
Well, that's one of them. I think I might have to use a bullet, guys. Dude, you're missing an arm. Yep, it is blood. Okay, right. Avoid conflict. Avoid conflict. Light on! Huh? Oh, okay, light off. The fuck? Sheesh. Blood lab. Scrap. We can make shivs out of this. Hopefully I don't get followed this far. A vape. Oh, wait, hold on. This is the thing that the manual was for. What could the manual be for, then? What information is worth 6 tokens? Blood collector. Analysis device that collects blood, which can be altered to craft other items. So maybe it's like a list of crafting recipes. Collects blood. That's why she keeps noticing blood everywhere. I'm gonna be, like, scooping it up. Oh. Blood collector to gather infected blood, which we use to craft useful items. You can increase your crafting capabilities by analyzing blood specimens with the laser microscope. Oh.
This might be useful.
Okay, okay. That's why she kept noticing blood. Everything's for a reason. Ugh. Blech. God, these games are so good. They strike the perfect tone. They really, really do. Craft handgun ammo with blood specimens. Yeah, sure, why not? Literally whatever. Activating all atoms. Conversion 0 out of minimum steps 1. Active, passive. I guess I can see why I might need a crafting recipe booklet. Ah, I see. So we want them all active, or... Okay. What about the blood collector? Can I just... Can't use this here. Okay, how do I... What do I do with the resources in the blood collector? Level 5 streamer. Is this gonna be like a new... Every time I pull off a play, people are like, level 5! Level 5! And every time I miss an item on the ground, people are like... It is now? It's pretty good. Haven't I already demonstrated I'm a level 4? Okay, so I can't... What does the crafting inventory look like? Handgun. Okay, okay. I craft with the blood that I have on hand. Okay, okay, okay. Gotcha. Hemolytic injector. Well, it seems to me like right now I would much prefer a hemolytic injector to handgun ammo, and I would prefer making a scrap out of the 1/10 of a shiv that I have. So we'll turn that weak-ass shiv into a scrap, and then we'll make a hemolytic injector. Yeah, alright, alright. Okay. Yes, you're a 4. I would like to be a 5. I strive to be a 5, you know? We're gonna have to be careful about which zombies we use those injectors on. Just seeing if there's one right in front of me, chat. Okay. Laser microscope. I wonder if I got penalized for taking 3 steps to do the thing rather than 1. Okay, it does show the infected blood locations. Organless corpse, safe. And there's 2 lights. One over there, one over here. Okay, wait, hold on. How do I do this? If I flick here and run into the treatment room, then I'm fucked. I can't get past him. If I flick here and then run back, he might see me as he turns down this hallway. I guess I could run around him in the blood lab. If I flick here, then I go in the blood lab, then I'm stuck because he's right here. So it seems like my only option is flicking here, then running back into the blood lab. I don't see what else I could do. He might also just not notice me while going for that light. That would be ideal. Nice. We do want to get that blood, though. We're not missing. I'm not the kind of fella who misses stuff on the ground. At least, not intentionally. The red room. Come on, man. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Well, fuck that. Don't really know what I'm supposed to do with that. Oh, fuck. I think there's a second one. Maybe not? Just marauding, just roving on through? Okay. Level 2, mark that. Thank you. Classic Void Babble. Sorry. Waiting room. We been here? Okay, this is the far end of the loop. We want to open this door. Cleaning, so she's gonna get up and clean something else? What's the next spot she'll clean? There's nothing dirty over here, so probably not over here? Hey, don't look this way. Maybe she'll just be cleaning that spot for a while. Okay, door over there, go around. Okay. I'm excited for Subnautica 2. Partner's been playing Subnautica 1 lately and they're having a ball. Isn't Sub 2 early access? I am not playing a Subnautica game in early access. I had quite enough of that from the first one. He looks like he's positioned as a viable candidate for getting fucking exploded with the hyperolytic injector or whatever it's called. Past here through the door. We can also go through here and up the stairs, which would bring us... We don't know where that would bring us. Seems like the game wants us to do it to this guy. Can we do it to her? Yes, we can. Do it? But he's, like, not in the way, you know? He's not in the way. No. No. Okay, so he's sensitive to noise in a way the others aren't. Left or right, left or right, left or right. Left to the red room, right to the... Makes sense that one would be sensitive to noise. Fuck off. Fuck, I don't have a shiv. I can't attack that thing. I don't have a basic melee weapon.
Experiment.
What? Can't you use your fists? Not as her. I could shoot with my gun. We'll be back for it. Okay, they're kissing. Who are you supporting in the World Cup? Is Israel still in the running? No, they lost in qualifying? Okay, gotcha. I'll be back here in a sec. I guess, unless we kill this maid, we're not going to be able to get this infected blood, because she's, like, right over it. I mean, we could, like... We could shoot her, but that would attract the noise-sensitive one. Best bet... Oh, fuck. And her exploding won't? Evidently not. But also, at least this removes her permanently as a threat. But it's a security door. So, no luck there. Okay, where to next? Where to next? A lot of security 1 doors we're gonna have to come back around for. I really want this infected blood. Maybe I worm my way back up and through to get it? There's 2 zombies blocking this way, and I need a shiv to destroy the little doodad down there. I can loot back up the East Wing lobby. Let's do that. Let's go this way. I'm glad I didn't take out that guy, because as long as we're not making noise, he's no threat. Sweet. 1 scrap. Is that worth crafting a shiv over? 2 antique coins? We can go back and get the goddamn... thingamajig. Still want that blood, though. So let's go for the blood. We also don't know what's up with the organless corpse in the safe, but we'll have time in the future to go for it. So up the staircase, and we want to go back to the parlor. And there's also blood everywhere now. Okay. 4 antique coins. We have 2 in the storage. Okay, let's go. I feel like so far we're doing pretty good. I'll probably play this on the difficult mode sometime on my own. With the shiv, you can destroy the statue, right? Yeah, I wonder if it'd be good to craft a makeshift knife just for that. Like, just having a melee option is so powerful, especially because 2 direct strikes allows you to kick. Yeah, you know what? I should have a knife. I think that is more valuable than like, making more bullets or whatever. UK gameplay. No way past this way. No way past. He's facing the only way, and there's not an easy loop around here, too. Did the last knife break? It was almost broken, so I decrafted it into scrap. It takes 2 scrap to make a new shiv. I feel like normal's still pretty hard in the scale of modern games. Yeah, the newer Resident Evil games have been reasonably difficult, even at the base difficulty level, in my opinion. The RE2 remake, RE3 remake, and RE4 remake all had a decent chunk of difficulty, in my opinion, on normal. The original RE4 did too. I feel like the 6-coin manual has to be a troll and scam. Maybe, but I'm really curious. Okay, how do I do this? I click it here and then run past? Yeah. Original Resident Evil 4 was hardest in the very beginning. You are not incorrect. It's often the problem with, like, games that have a lot of crafting and scavenging, whereas, like, early on, you're super, super, super limited, and then you get, you know, better at identifying how to pick up the items and where everything's hidden. And eventually the game gets easier as it goes on. Not ideal. All modern games since, like, RE4 OG use game director difficulty adjustments based on how you've been doing. See, I'm in favor of that for the baseline difficulty, but for higher difficulties, I think there should just be a finite and known amount of stuff. The idea of playing a game on hard mode and still having the difficulty adjusted for me on the back end, I don't like that. I want to play like a curated experience that tests me to my limit. Faster? Oh, he's after me. This is why FromSoft games are peak, no difficulty level, learn mechanics or fail. Yeah, I think it's something that people tend to really enjoy about them, for sure. Okay, we got what we wanted. Let's... Oh yeah, there he is. I was wondering. So now we want to go back to the parlor. So through the waiting room. You're good, Ventus Walker. I saw that, but I don't fault you for it. You're vindicated. You can still power level in FromSoft games? Well, as many people more annoying than me have pointed out repeatedly, they have an easy mode in the FromSoft games that's called using magic. Incorporating magic into your build can do everything from making the fights easier to outright trivializing them. I don't mind them making it easier, I do mind them trivializing them. That does peeve me a little bit. I still remember very not fondly, with a great deal of negativity, watching Distortion02, a speedrunner, play Elden Ring for the first time, and at first he was blown away by the quality of the game, but as time went on, he very clearly wanted to finish it so he could get to speedrunning it, which was, you know, I mean, that's his job, right? That's what he wants to do. So, for millennia, he had died a few times normally, and then he ended up summoning the Mimic Tier Ash, and just obliterated her, like made a joke of her. The mechanics weren't respected at all, and it always felt like such a lame way to end things out. I'm not faulting him, it's just, you know, Mimic tier was way too strong at launch, and it just, yeah, trivializes the... Okay. Oh, there's more blood in there. Okay, okay, okay. So, out, through the parlor, let's go. I tried Elden Ring with magic and it was still too hard for me. Oh. You're brave to admit that. Not a damn thing wrong with that. Don't let them take that away from you. Hopefully this isn't a waste of coins. Oh, I can do all at once. Nice. I just like incantations. The big firebomb balls are fun to use. My mark has always been the best magic system for a game like that is Hollow Knight, because in order to use your magic, you have to charge it up by spending your health resource. That to me is perfect. You've instantly been... You can only get the health resource, the soul, by striking with melee, and you can trade it. You can either use it to heal or to use magic. Perfect. Perfect. That's perfect. That's flawless. We don't need to make video games anymore. We already made Hollow Knight. How to remove the limiter from a blood collector, which increases capacity. Oh, super, super worth. Nice. Up to 150. Okay, that's great. That's the same as like an inventory upgrade, basically. That being said, we still don't have any scrap to use that blood on, so I don't feel the need to run back to the kitchen or medication room just yet. It's not like we're not going to be back here later. Right now, our target is over here. That staircase. Alright, let him walk by. Or... Didn't you pick up a scrap? I used it to craft a shiv, because I need the shiv for stuff. I've played Blasphemous, and Blasphemous 2, Knick-Knack. Apologies? You don't need to apologize for asking. Okay, Jesus Christ. Don't die, okay? Through the lobby, through the waiting room. Easy. Really glad I didn't use it on that guy. The bomb thing. Nice try, musical sting. I know the rules to that one. Now, as for what to do with these two, that I am still, not sure of. Sheep. Is she pregnant or does she just have a tummy? I think she just has a tummy. That's okay. That's not illegal. Hashtag feminism. That being said, I don't really know. Bad posture? Yeah, she's got one in the chamber. No, I never used a Game Shark Kowalski. That's just a little bit before my time. I mean, obviously, I could just go up there and stab and shoot and knock him down. But that would be a use of resources. Did you ever own a Power Glove? Dog, I'm 32. My first console wasn't even the SNES. It was the Nintendo 64. Unk? Yeah, yeah. What can I think I have to just knock them down. Maybe I can pull one of them and then knock them down. Can I do a loop-de-loop down here? I can't down here. Where's the soonest I can do one? There's no loop-de-loop I can do, except in the waiting room where there's already another zombie. If I pull them down and run... The red room, I guess there's just a lot of open space. There's a zombie waiting right here. Let's pull aggro and see what happens. Hi. All right. Oh. Shit. Oh, fuck. He was faking. He was faking. One shot to the head to knock down. Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Okay, okay, okay. 2 bullets and a hit. Puzzle box in the background. We already solved that puzzle box. In the chairman's office with Michael Bennett. Well, I've been there. Oh, it's a different one. I see. But it's locked. Okay.
Locked tight.
For my secretary, I've misplaced the key for the puzzle box padlock. None of the other executives must find out. I need you to locate it discreetly before next week's meeting. If you can't find it, get the bottle of corrosive from the concert room and melt the lock off. Man, shit is always going on in these fuck-ass Umbrella Corp executive rooms, huh? Artificial organ transplantation experiment team. Oh, green herb. I missed it? Oh, I see, because I'm crouched. Health? We're health at danger. Do I want to eat a green herb? Probably. Yeah, I'll eat one. First and only console I owned was a hand-me-down PS4. All right, nephew. We gotta introduce more Gen Z shaming, man. Wow, half the men your age are actual neo-Nazis. Haha. Your fucking political, social, and cultural opinions are all derivative from social media. You never got to go through high school without having a smartphone in your hip, so your IQ is permanently 15 points lower than mine. Aye. Probably can't read. Probably. Definitely can't read. Lockpick. Finally! About time we got one of those, huh? God damn it, they're back to where they were. These two are a problem. We need to limit how many times we go up and through here.
Experiments.
Did he notice me? It looked like he noticed me. Or kill them? I don't have the resources to kill them permanently. At least I don't think I do. If I just run past... There's a body on the map. Okay. Nice. What? I won't.
Oh, what the fuck was that?
Surely he would never break executive suite. I'll let them settle their business outside, you know? Where do you even go? Oh my god. I assumed... Okay. I was really hoping you would have taken these two zombies out. Dude, what the fuck? Not... Oh, wait, there's a save point here. Oh. Really? That's good, because I feel like I'm about to get myself killed. to use resources? Yeah, but, like, he's in the way. Do you really think shooting him in the head with this tiny little pistol is gonna make him go away? No, no. No, there's gotta be another way. What about the big gun? I don't have the big gun, and also I only have one bullet for it, so I'm gonna exhaust my other options before I try that one. Yeah, if I get him stuck trying to get in here, I could run down, but how do I get him stuck trying to go into here unless I'm in here, you know? Huh. Okay. Oh, what happens now? Damn, they just get pushed out of the way. This is not good. Yeah. Yep. I'm at a loss. Okay, let me think. I only have one bullet. ID wristband. I knock them down and I run past, and what does this accomplish? Now I'm down here and he just chases me down the stairs? That might be what I need to do to get him to chase me down the stairs. That's probably what I have to do. Yeah, he might, like, fall down the stairs or something. Gotcha. Hey, badass! Hello, River. He's not, guys, he's not falling! Guys, he's navigating the stairway with great ease and adeptness. So I'm gonna have to get him, what, stuck here and then I run around? Confirmed. Fat guys can go downstairs. Ooh! He's going a different way. So door frames are safe? Out and then right? I'm still gonna have to deal with those two zombies though. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. Quick. Nice. 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 Pretty good. Finally, level 1 security. $80. Goddamn. We're out of space. Uh-huh. Can I get some scraps so I can use the blood a little bit? Thank you, game. Thank you. Okay, definitely hemolytic injector. Like, yeah, that seems like a no-brainer to me. We always take the hemolytic injector if we can, I think, unless we're, like, out of handgun ammo. Okay, safe code. 30-10-50. 30-10-50. Kill the big guy with that. I don't think the big guy is gonna be susceptible to that. I'm gonna be real with you. Fuck you, searching for Jenny Schroll. Okay. 30-10-50. 30-10-50. Oh, this is the beginning area. This area right here is the beginning area. With the shadow lady chasing us. Okay. Conference room. This is where we get the acid. How much space do I have in my inventory? Still 2 spots. God damn it. Okay, we don't want to use the hemolytic injector in here because we're not going to be coming back through this area much. My guess is that this is a one and done area. One inventory. Oh. We're mad at me? We're mad at me. Just gonna hope that they don't come in here. And if they do, then we'll deal with the consequences. Oh, fuck. That is a lot of guys in there. I do not know how we navigate that. Kite, dodge, weave, do something other than run away. For 1, I'm literally Grace. For 2... Oh, fuck. Last resort. Oh, boy. Nope. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Oh my god! Shit. Oh, we're in trouble, lads. Auditory sensitivity. Following experiment with an overdose of Zyproval, the solution is auditory hallucinations. Subject exhibits erratic behavior when exposed to loud noises. Surgical removal of some cranial nerves resulted in a type of histrionic personality disorder that can only be described as main character syndrome. The patient continues to wander around the care center sinning. Okay, so, okay. There it is.
This'll do. Proceed.
Fuck! Oh, I lose a shiv doing that? Oh boy. Yeah. Damn, that room's tough. Alright. Well, now we know the stakes, right? An enemy's head and legs will bleed more than other parts after destroying them, so aim for those areas to collect more blood after taking them out. Huh. Didn't know that was on the table. Okay. Right, where we saved, where we saved. Okay. thinking when we go down, we might want to make a stop by our chest. Oh, right. Really? Ow. Take it and run. Yeah, we're coming down. Just making sure. Okay. Sucks to use this, but I'll take my performance. Deserved. Nice. Better lucky than good. Don't know where the other guy is. Okay. We're gonna clear up this area. We're gonna move quickly. Save? We can. Yes. We lost a health, but I think that's fair. I don't want to save scum. Maybe I'll save scum when I play on my own. Take a hemolytic doomadajig? Doohickey? Read the thingamajig, 30, 10, 50. We'll go to that later. God damn it. Okay. Antique coin. As I remember, there wasn't anything in the room itself, I think. She's gonna do her Sonic Blast. We fucking run. That wasn't... Fuck, we lost the shiv again. Okay, she's clearly stronger than the others.
This will do.
Fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, boy. Okay. Ow. Jesus Christ. I guess I should have saved. Don't suppose we have, like, a grenade we can toss in there. Doing great? Okay, I think I have a plan now. The only thing they're laughing at right now is me, buddy. You're just drawing attention to yourself. Damn it. Oh my god. Well, same outcome as before. You did it again? Yeah, well, this time I tried shooting her rather than the guy. I guess they both have comparable reaction times. Can't open the safe because we haven't accessed the thing yet, and I don't want to use metagame info. Let's open the simple lock. We have a lockpick. My head. Oh, how did splinters make their way all the way over here? Rare metal. Combined with infected blood to make 12 points. Oh, okay, we can make, big boy bullets. We can make big boy bullets. But we don't have the recipe to even do that just yet. So let's drop this off in the chest. Okay. Are the big boy bullets one shot, one kill? We know they're one shot, one kill for regular zombies. As for the big fellas, I do not know. But right now, the fat boy is not really a threat. He can be moved around. It's the little zombies, the two of them at the top of the staircase, that are a big threat. So far, the game's great. Me too, buddy. Rave Dubin, I'm barely in. Hi. Agreed. Oh, that actually got him? Alright, well, for now at least. What happened to the nurse? Not sure. Let's not, you know, turn away good luck. And now we'll make another hemolytic injector. 30, 10, 50. Excellent. Okay. Now we blitz the damn, the room again. How to best do this? This shit sucks, man. This room is tough. Save? I guess I could, yeah. There's no one else up here. Did I? Yep. Yeah, he's still active. I'm gonna have to use that thingamajig to take him down permanently. Hopefully we won't have to. Very quick in and out. Very quick in and out. Real? Okay, hold on. Wait, it keeps your saves? Oh, I see auto saves. Okay. Hold on. 2 shots to the head, and that still didn't stagger? God damn. Feel like you're missing something? Skill, most likely. I can use the thing on her. Might not be a bad idea.
This'll do.
Fuck. Yes! Oh. I left the antique coin. Give it a sec. Oh, fuck.
Miss Ashcroft. Come in. I won't harm you.
I believe him.
I was just looking for Dr. Richardson.
Why did you kidnap me?
Kidnap you? I liberated you.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Oh, forgive me. Dr. Victor Gideon.
You have to be Gideon, Maxing.
I run this center. It took forever to find you. You're not like other people, you know. You're quite unique. Through you, Elpis can finally be set free.
Why me?
Oh. Because my master made you who you are.
Alright, who's on top of you?
Phase 2's about to begin.
Really proud of you for giving it a go, Kowalski. Shit ain't easy.
Would you like to see what's hidden under the hood?
He's gonna pull a Kenjaku. No, we need... Grace, what is that gonna do?
Grace! Wait! Grace! Grace! Grace!
Oh, cortisol.
There's no escaping your destiny.
Chair. I like Grace as an MC. She's been great. She's been great so far, yeah.
What the fuck does he mean, destiny?
Well, he used to play StarCraft 2 professionally. in the background of the photo. Moon, sun, star, moon. No, that was the combo for the other one. This one ends with moon and sun. Well, that makes it pretty quick to just brute force it, right? Something, something, moon and sun. Star, moon, moon, sun. Moon, star, star. Wait, I forget what the last two were. Moon, sun. Yay! I know Chad will find a way to be mad about that. Leather-bound notebook. Unlocking the organ transplant box. Uh-huh, yeah, uh-huh, okay. Master Spencer's research, Victor Gideon. Mutated T-virus strain. Herein documents the theory will use the T-virus to control memories and will. Research will serve as a guiding light for all of humanity. In rare instances, repeated mutations of the T-virus can trigger an abnormal reaction in an infected individual's body, leading to changes in their blood. Mutated strains of T-virus will likely sweep the world. Total eradication will be impossible. Those infected by the mutated T-virus strain firmly retain their pre-infection habits and characteristics. Blood transformations. Okay. Alright, standard stuff. Standard Resident Evil stuff. Very good, very good. Now let's see if we can't go ahead and get that coin we left. Still down. Nice. Were the zombies ever this sentient in other games? Well, I think that's the point. I think what they're... I think the unique threat this time is the fact that it's COVID. It's a pathogenic virus that they're trying to use to alter characteristics rather than zombify people. It's Corona shit. If you remember part of your life and hold patterns from... I'm still holding on to the leather-bound notebook. Still holding on to... Wait, what? I'm keeping the ID wristband in my pocket? Girl. Don't you have a wrist? Maybe she can't clasp and unclasp it. I don't think we're going to need to come back up here. I think we've cleared everything up here. That's good. Every time we clear a little wing of the game, we know for a fact we won't have to worry about the zombies on that path anymore. Don't know what happened to the woman. There's still a big fat baby down here. We can access the safe. Security over here. Security over here.
God damn it.
He changed places. Isn't Grace made of the mold? No. Yeah. Ah, okay. More crafting recipes. We're full up on inventory. Is there anything we can get rid of? Not really. We have to make another stop at the... Yeah, God damn it. Game's got me carrying too much shit right now. What do I want to do? Can I drop something and then pick it back up? If I drop it... Okay, chat actually asking. If I drop something, I assume it's destroyed? It doesn't leave it in a pile in the ground? Yes? Okay, then we'll go back to the, we'll go back to the chest. Or maybe you're using too few resources? I don't really think so. I mean, I've got one shiv, one hemolytic injector, and one thingy of ammo. I don't think I'm, like, hoarding. $18 bullets? Yeah, but they stack. Well, might as well put that in the door, I suppose. I'm not making fun. I like her. Okay. Back in the closet. Why are you keeping the green vials? Because up next, I'm going to the blood lab. Okay. Fat Boy Friday, taking place somewhere in the facility. Oh, hello. Somewhere out there, Fat Boy Friday, man. Gonna make another hemolytic injector, because I think I'm okay on handgun ammo. One gigantic bullet. Okay, they stack. That's good. Yep. So out through here into the blood lab. But obviously he's blocking the way. My guess is that he's patrolling this area right here. So maybe I have to go around the long way. I'm pretty sure I have to go around the long way. Man, that sucks. How many spaces? I've got 2 spaces, but I can set away the 12.7 ammunition. Go around to the right. I'll go this way. Thinking this guy might be a good candidate for being stabbed. He was guarding a med injector. What was it? 50, 10, 30? $30, 10, 50. Wait. Directionally. Right 30, left 10, right 50. Oh wait, I was doing it wrong. Sorry. You don't check after every one. Wait, would you go all the way around to the 10? I always forgot that when I was in school, too. Probably not. I think I did it wrong. Oh, no, that works. Anti-coin. 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 Okay. Hashtag winning. Now, instructions on cracking this guy's chest. Well, no, his chest's already cracked open. On figuring out what the fuck's going on in there. Unlocking the organ transplant box. Well, I need the box, and I don't have the box, so not yet. Okay, going through. I'm out of inventory, but I'll use one in the blood lab. Through and around. Where the fuck is he? Stream's fucking up. Sorry if YouTube's having a shit right now. Let's Oh my god. I have to run past this guy. Jesus Christ! Ah! Leftist internet. I'm not having any issues. Shit. I'm not having any issues with my OBS, so if there are any, YouTube has deserted you? God damn it. Get distracted by the light? Fuck. You look like MSG1? Well, listen, that's just YouTube, okay? Fuck. Med injector and big bullet. Nice. Transfusion bag. Use it to refill the blood collector. Any leftover blood will be discarded. That's not that useful right now. Blood specimen reversible. Empty injector. Motherfucker. I've got too much shit in my inventory, man. You know what? This guy's getting hemolytic. I have a feeling... Yeah. Okay. And I'll use a med injector. There, full health. Master's research has come to a fruition, and that child, she must be the final piece of the puzzle. I need to get my hand on the child's data. I'm sure this will bring me close to his vision. December 8th, 2004. Org was able to give me some child medical record. Lacking certain areas that have genetic information, I can use it. Fuck! That's why the little girl looked like me. She's my clone. No spoilers, I know it's true. Use the blood specimen. You did tell us you called it? It is so fucking common in all media when showing a, like, kid version of an adult or whatever to give them the same hair. As if adults don't do different shit. Like, when I was a little kid, my hair was practically a fucking bowl cut. You know? You can make the hair different. But if they did, people wouldn't get it. They'd be like, how are they the same person? Their hair is different. I get it. I get it. Minimum steps 4. I'm not good at these puzzles, man. Okay, am I in any way penalized for doing a bad job with this? I'm actually asking. No penalty? Okay. I'm not good at these. Not even a little bit. Well, we did the opposite of what we were supposed to do. Don't worry about it. Minimum steps 4. Minimum steps 4. I'm not good at these. Never mind, I'm smart. Big brain. Level 5. Med injector. Okay. Steroids. Dramatically strengthens muscles and increases maximum health. Increases firepower and stability of shot. We can craft permanent damage and health upgrades? Well, to my mind, the thing we'd want to do is craft permanent damage upgrades. Because that benefits us in the resource economy. I guess both do in the long run. All right, well. Green herb and scrap. Green herb and scrap. I'm sorry about the bit rate. Scrap. 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 Am I blind? Scrap. 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 Do we want to make another hemolytic injector? No, because we have an empty injector. We want to use that ASAP to make ourselves a permanent upgrade. Now, do I run back out this way? I think I do, yeah. Because the next thing we need to do is figure out what the deal is with the organless corpse, and we aren't on that level yet. We got to go over to the other wing. Nice, that means we can craft the damage upgrade. Sweet! No, can't use? How do I use it? Use? No use? That's odd. No use? Use. Alright.
That's better.
That's better. That's better. Okay, bucko. You need to shit or get off the pot. Out, around, okay. Nice. Doing good, doing good. Store that. Store this. Store that. Store those. Sweet! Pretty good, pretty good. I think we're gonna have to call it here though, folks. It's 5 p.m. In fact, I've gone so far over time, I think I'm going to have to wait till tomorrow to read donos. We've made progress? I think we've made progress, in my humble opinion. Ah, that was a lot of fun. Really enjoying this game. Special content. We'll get there. All right. Sorry about the YouTube shitting itself or whatever. It'll look good in the VODs. It'll look good in the VODs. All right. Take care. And I'll see you soon.